Representative Dinkins. Representative Mundar.
Present.
Representative Warren. Representative Best.
Present.
Representative Chang. Representative Colson.
Present.
Representative Boulette.
Here.
Representative Henderson.
Present.
Representative Johnson Law. Representative Thompson.
Present.
Vice President Williams.
Present.
President Patterson. Representative Chang. Mr. Vice President, you have a point.
Thank you, Executive Director. We will skip over the President's leadership report and come back to that once he arrives. But I will now turn it over to Executive Director Butler for her report.
Good evening, members of the DC State Board of Education. Since last month, our team has completed part one of our fall retreat, focusing on providing effective thought partnership to members of the DC State Board of Education. In addition, several members of our team also attended a women's leadership breakfast, which focused on executive presence and leading with authenticity. Our policy team also held a mini retreat to help them plan for an effective 2026. So as you can see, we've been busy in the planning and doing and developing stages in November. The Chief Student Advocate, the Ombudsman, Mr. Norma Battle, and myself spent most of November reviewing our 2027 budget allotment from the mayor's office. We balanced our budget and cut approximately $160,000 across 3 offices to meet our mark. The remainder of this current week will be spent finalizing our FY 27 budget submission, which is due Friday, December 5th. As we close out the year, I would like to extend an open invitation to each board member to join me for coffee, tea, or dessert and conversation. I want to hear about your reflections on this past year and to learn a little bit more about each of you as we head into the final year of this course period. Lastly, I want to thank the amazing SBOE team for an excellent 2025. Each team member showed thoughtfulness, dedication, and flexibility. From our longest serving team members to our newest, I am grateful for each of you. Our team's successes would not have been possible without your contributions, your humor, and your cooking skills. I look forward to a stronger, more impactful 2026 in our renovated office space and celebrating our shared successes. On a separate note, this is exactly 3 years to my very first working session meeting. And it has been a privilege to work alongside the board members, but none of that would have been possible without such an amazing team of people to work alongside me. So I appreciate you all, and I'm excited to continue to work with you. Mr. Vice President, your first words.
Thank you, Director Butler. Our president has since arrived, and I'm going to pass things over to him to for his report and to the chairman.
Thank you so much, and please excuse me again for my tardiness. It can be a lot of traffic coming out of Southeast sometimes. We just never know what to expect. So thank you for being tolerant and lateness. With that being said, thank you. I will give the report that I have from leadership report. We had, and I have sent this out. We had our meeting, 2 meetings that we had this particular month in the month of November with leadership was, we did not meet with the deputy mayor, in that, last month. But we did meet with Chairman Memphis. It was a good meeting. We had a lot of fun, I would say that. Basically what we did in that period, we gave an agency, overviews both from our, advocacy office, our office, and also the ombudsman's office. They gave their reports to the chairman, and his staff. There were some questions, regarding some of the statistics, and they gave answers to those particular questions that they had. We also presented what we have been highlighting for quite some time for the month. The update on the board work, our new priority and initiative is what we talked about. We gave them kind of like some overviews of what we were looking at, what we were talking about. Not a whole bunch of questions because the practice was coming up at that particular time, so we just kind of went over those. We also talked about board authority. We will talk about a little bit more about that in just a little bit. But we talked about board authority, we got their feelings, on board authority, on any differences in board authority and governance. And we listened intently. I think we got more of that when we had our breakfast, but, you know, we talked about it a little bit more in that particular different views on it. Then we just talked about that we would like to have more opportunities to partner, with the council on different, activities and actions that we're taking in legislation. We want to make sure that, we're not just sending things over, just be sending things over, and it dies there. So we just talked about how we could better partner with the council. And, you know, just be better partners and advocates that we're all selling in the same direction, as a public education ecosystem. So we had some conversation. Coming from their staff, we talked a little bit about literacy. We talked about safe passage, and we talked, about student safety and mental health. All of these issues are issues that we discussed before with them. We just kind of like to know that what's coming out. We also had a meeting with our state superintendent on 11/12/25. I highlighted that basically is we talked more about the graduation requirement task force. Just talked about the first meeting that occurred, just making sure that we're all working together. As Andrew knows, he's in that meeting, so I appreciate the opportunity. We talked about the upcoming working session at that particular time. We talked about DCK and the changes that are coming to DCK. And we talked about artificial intelligence, which is going to be the subject for our December meeting. And then we talked a little bit about that. So that's pretty much what we talked about. I will say that in closing, I just really want to thank our staff and all the members for breakfast that we had with the council. As it, I think it was very well. I think it presented very well. I think the partnerships that we built during those breakfasts are very, very important. It was good to hear how council members were receptive in the questions that they had directly to us. We don't get that opportunity to do that very often. That was only our second one since I've been on the state board. And they're very productive, I think, and good leaders that are necessary so that we're all on the same page. So I want to thank the staff for putting that together. I want to thank them for working so closely with Millicent staff, chairman staff, and I will entertain any questions that you may have.
It's a bit of a concern actually, because I'm not interested in being on the same page as the South Side. Because about that. Now, part of my concern about what Aaron said, and why I think it's problematic is we've introduced four budgets. Now, and I do not intend in any way, shape, or form to give permission to do this body's work, and none of them have moved. And I will defend each of the bills we've done. I mean, one was on eliminating legacy admissions in universities in the District of Columbia, which is something I wholeheartedly support. I think we should be doing. There's not been a hearing that, you know. The second one was on ensuring that we have RNs in all of our schools. My knowledge, the council has not held a hearing on that issue either, and it's a crisis in our city right now, that we don't have adequate nurse coverage in our schools. And the third one was on trying to ensure that Chancellor Farabee did not traumatize families with frivolous reportings to Child Protective Services and take 5-year-olds who are in pre-K and force them to skip kindergarten, which I think we were absolutely right to be as concerned as we were on. And I will still not forget that appalling action to have those kids assess and then not let them go to kindergarten after they proved through the assessment, those children were not ready to begin first grade. So I make no apologies whatsoever to those 3 bills that we introduced. And it is not up to us to make sure that we use our power and our authority to represent our residents, to seek permission from council to not send things over that it should have been moved a long time ago.
What I would say in response to that and any other questions is that what we saw at the breakfast, we also saw it's not just a situation which we experienced, but you had several council members who also raised questions of things that they have, you know, sponsored, put forward, and they were asking questions themselves about when would the chairman hold a meeting on that.
Right.
We are an advisory board, they are actually members of the council. And if he's not doing it for them, now I'm not saying that we all have to be on the same page because we are a bullet pulpit, so to speak, for our people that we represent. But we have done all that we can do, in our particular, statutory rights.
Correct.
And then after that, we have to advocate and continue to put pressure on it so that can happen. The chairman or who is ever over that committee to bring that to fruition. We've done as much as we possibly can. Again, we don't always have to be on the same page because there are some of these issues that come up in front of the chairman that they don't agree with. And the same thing with the executive body. But we have to continue to elevate those the same way as the council members have raised their issues. So
I agree. Just one last point on that. So thank you for adding that, because I completely agree with that. And most bills, don't ultimately end up becoming law or introduced to council. Hopefully most get a hearing. That not everybody does that, but hopefully there's the respect to at least give it a hearing. I don't put all this on the chairman because only one of these bills was referred to the committee of the whole. The other ones with committee of health hasn't had a hearing on the RN issue here in our schools. And then the kindergarten issue was actually retained by council. So any member could have sought to address that issue to ensure that we provided adequate notice to families before forcing children to skip kindergarten. So for me, I don't put all this on the chairman, and I certainly don't want to ever suggest that we should not serve our constituents and use our abilities we have here because something may not move the council. I think we should do what we can do. We should try to get the legislation over to them, pass resolutions, and then if they ultimately choose not to act on it, we've at least done everything we can do on that file, and I'm going to keep doing that.
and I appreciate that, and I'm going to always say that that's why attending hearings at the council is of the utmost importance, so that you can advocate. It also means that you can also organize around issues to have them also sign up and bring people down to support those people who have brought those issues up. I'm a big proponent of people coming to the council, making sure that people outside of the small groups, such as committees, that are down at the council, sometimes they're like, pay attention to them, but elevating that to a level where people have to act one way or the other. They have to either tell you, no, they're not going to do it, or yes. We hear you, we hear the capacity that's being built, and we will bring this up and bring it for a vote. So I just advocate for all of us to continue to be the advocates that our constituents elected us to be. Are there other questions?
I would just like a little bit more color, I guess. So you said with the meeting with the chairman, Walsh shared thoughts about board governance and a few other things, and then you said they shared their thoughts. What were the thoughts?
Well, their thoughts, to be specific, Representative Thompson, is at this particular time, they're not very supportive of board governance. We talked directly again about why we feel justification of why we're sending it forward, that we would be actually bringing it from, that we had tabled it, and now that we're about to do that. And their thoughts basically is like, we're not really supportive, but we hear you in a very nice way. And the chairman, because you've been in many of those meetings, they nod nicely, not a whole bunch of commentary, but that they're not supportive of it in the response that they're not.
And then it says questions from council chair or staff about literacy, safe passage, student safety, mental health. What were the questions?
I didn't write each one down. I broke them down basically as subject matters that I talked about. So I just remember these being the confused that they kind of talked about literacy, they talked about safe passage and safety. These are all issues that they continue to say that we're working on. They're not necessarily happy with the numbers that they're receiving. Those reports came from both of our sister agencies when they gave their numbers. So it's like, we are concerned about, literacy. We want to continue to support literacy. We are concerned about the safe passages and that coming up. And that was basically, it was very general and as far as.
Okay, so they weren't questions about like our board work or like what we have.
No, they weren't questions about what are we doing around it. They were more commentary around it. Were there other questions?
With the high school graduation requirements task force in the ASU meeting, anything that we should know? There was
Oh, yes, I hear you. I believe this is just kind of common knowledge that first one was a little, people have very strong passions about how they express those during the course of the meeting. They want to make sure that the issues that are being brought up, some of those specifically around special education, some of the tenor that, we continue to, did a little thing. And I believe I specifically, specifically said that LaJoy has some question of Representative Johnson Law. She will be attending the hearing that they're having on special education before it's going over. So that's one of the issues that we.
So, I just want to make sure, and maybe,
I'm sorry, I was thinking about let me say, with Osity, we just made sure we set a tone. We talked about just making sure that those meetings go about.
so wait, what's the high school graduation requirements discussed with Henderson as well?
Also, yes, he did, ask about that.
Oh, that's not in the notes. I was referring to the OSCE meeting where it says that high school graduation requirements task force was a topic. But it would be helpful in general to know. And I'll take some time to look at the meeting notes. If that's,
I'll try to make sure that in future people can cover those meetings. But in the one for Osity specifically asking for, we know that the meeting went the way that it did, and we want to make sure that we always consider.
are we talking about the task force?
We're talking about the task force, obviously, the reason question, that we always, although we feel passionate about issues, this is the way that I'll say it, that in expressing that passion, that we're also working constructively for finding resolution. And it doesn't get to a rate where it feels like it can be disrespectful to the policy or to the member who may be presenting. That's what it is. Any other questions, man?
No, but Bernice is raising her hand.
Yes.
I know, I was just saying, at the ICB, that's when the superintendent Mitchell, made an inquiry about why there was like multiple requests for the special education debrief. And we explained to her that the one for the committee members and then it was one for the broader task force to really explain, a deep dive into the practical studies performed. And so once she understood that, then she was able to agree to allow those to happen. At first, she was a bit more weary about why there was another request and where everything's coming from. But we used that time, we were talking about the graduation requirements to alleviate her fears that this was like some kind of workaround so that we could have both. That's the one coming talk just to the committee to do a deep dive and then have that separate request that was set aside for the task force and the various task force to come and explain the practical studies.
And I will say both of those were helpful. And so thank you. I know Andrew was in a meeting. So thank you for doing your best to make sure that we are prepared to facilitate those meetings. Because there's two different, it was two different requests, but it was, I also think it was helpful for the task force to have that conversation.
Thank you. Other questions?
Just a final, as for the chairman meeting, I attended in place of Director Butler. We just provided brief updates about the task force. He and his staff did not have any further questions. And I also sent them, the webpage that we have on our website about the task force and all the work being done to update high school graduation requirements and make sure that they have everything that they need.
Thank you. Other questions? Larry? Okay, thank you. Okay. I will now turn over the next 30 minutes of the state to the state superintendent of education. They are going to present 325 school report card for us. So, Andrew.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to slide the part of here in a second. So yes, today we'll be providing an update on the 2025 DC school report card. As most of you know very well, we engaged in an extensive dialogue about the categories and format of the report card over the past couple of years. So I know this is a topic that the board has a sincere interest in, and we wanted to provide members with an update on the 2025 version. After all, in alignment with some recent conversations with the board leadership, we don't want anyone on the board to feel surprised about the update. So to agenda slide. Well, I'll turn this back. Okay, there you go. So, first, in order of presentation, I will have, Alex Chu, I believe, many of you may recall, provide a background on the report card. Then we will be talking about two specific updates. First, DC says, which the lovely Ben Eich will speak to, and the, of course, data collection, which the Wendy will address. And then at the end, we will be happy to answer any questions that you may have. There are two primary objectives. Like I said, we want to notify everyone, maybe they may be watching online, all of you, that the report card is coming out tomorrow. So it's a big deal for our agency every year, and so I want to make sure people know that it is coming out tomorrow. And then second, just to make sure that all members understand what is new in 2025. With that, like I said, I will turn it over to Alexander.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me back. As you, for the familiar faces, for the not familiar faces, Alexander Ju, Director of Strategic and Operational Planning at OSCE. And I help to lead work related to our DC School Report Card, as well as our state accountability system. And I'm joined by my colleagues today, Whitney and Ben, who will walk through some of the updates as Andrew shared related to the 2025 DC School Report Card. So as Andrew noted, the report card launches tomorrow, December 4th, so Thursday, December 4th, it will launch in the morning. And so please be sure to have your phones ready and refreshed to go to schoolreportcard.dc.gov in the morning, because it will go live tomorrow with data from the 2024-2025 school year. As folks know, the report card is published every year in December. And it is a tool to provide parents, families, and the public with information and data about all of our public schools in the District of Columbia. And it does remain kind of the one-stop shop for comparable data about these public schools in the district in a very sleek, mobile, tablet-friendly website. The data on the report card, LEA confirm the accuracy of every data point and piece of information that goes into the report card. And so LEAs do that through a process known as the metric calculation confirmation process. And so LEAs submit those data tests, and for many of the elements, others are related to assessments, things like that, but they are confirmed by our LEAs. And the most important part about today is we want to showcase and talk to you all about what we're excited to share related to the course catalog collection, as well as the DC survey about your schools, or our school climate survey. As Andrew noted, we did an extensive amount of engagement with you all a couple of years ago to get to the State Board Resolution 24-5. And so today we're largely here to talk about delivering on some commitments that were outlined in that resolution related to presenting district-wide school climate survey data from students, school-based staff, as well as caregivers after the first year implementation of our school climate survey, as well as making sure that we're making progress toward the inclusion of course availability data on our report card. So again, here to talk about those two items today. Just to note that all the other features, categories, and metrics from previous years that folks are familiar with remain the same and available, and nothing is unchanged with those. Next slide. So the next two slides, I'm just going to do a quick kind of like overview of what you'll see when you log into the report card tomorrow and in subsequent days and weeks, and then I'll have both Ben and Whitney do a deeper dive into the actual content. So on the left-hand side here, you'll see the homepage for the DC School Report Card. There is now going to be a tile or a button, if you will, where folks can click on for school climate data. When you click on that button, it will open up a data related to the student survey, the staff survey, and the family survey, and present topic level results for how those respective constituencies responded to school climate related things. Again, this information will be related via the state level, the LEA level, and individual school levels. But Ben will get into that in more detail. Next slide. And then the second new thing that's coming this year is we will be linking a course catalog collection data file And this part will be accessible on school level pages under the school program section. This file itself will allow folks to click on it and get a better understanding of the specific courses that are offered in LEAs, in schools, understanding a variety of things related to those courses. And Whitney will go into more detail about that data file and what folks will be able to find. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ben Peisch, who's going to talk about our DC survey about your school. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Nice to be here with everybody. I'm the kind of the project manager for the survey. I'll take you through, what we did and what we can expect, tomorrow. So in our strategic plan, which is just wrapping up from 2022 to 25, we committed to administering these surveys, to students, educators, staff, and families. And you all know that you passed the resolution requiring us to report on the report card, so that's where we're at. So this spring, we partnered with Panorama Education, which is a national vendor of surveys, to administer these surveys to all public and public charter schools in the district. For students grades 3 through 12, we also have a custom adult survey that we've developed with adult LEAs, as well as school-based staff and families. So the main takeaway we're excited about is that the response was fantastic among the LEAs. They did a wonderful job administering the surveys and spreading the word. We had 76% of survey eligible students, which is really great, taking the survey. Almost 50,000 students taking the survey. And in the lower grades, 3 to 5, the median time was 11 minutes. And for the older students, it was around 7 minutes. Of course, there's also administrative time that staff did to make that available for students, but they were able to get through the survey pretty quickly. And then we had 55% of staff taking the survey, over 10,000, and took about 8 minutes as well. And then we had 14,000 families answering the survey. Response time was around 4.5 minutes. Go to the next slide there. So the topics on the survey, each one, there are a bunch of them, and there's a list here. I won't linger on it too long, but each topic is 4 to 7 questions. And those are all published on our school climate survey website. If you want to check out each question for each topic. There are 5 options for responses. So it's always like 5-point scale. 2 responses are positive, 1 neutral, and 2 are negative. And we are reporting the percentage of positive responses by topic. One note at the bottom there with the motion regulation regarding the school. We made those optional topics. It's one thing that we heard from our pilot group. But since so few LEAs opted out of them, it didn't really add a whole lot, so we're just gonna roll those into the survey for the next year. The next slide. And this is what you'll see at the state level tomorrow when the report card is live. You'll see the topic name, the description, and then the percent of favorable responses. This is for students in grade 3 to 5. I'll give you a second there just to look it over. Other thing to note is that the safety while traveling and importance of attendance topics, those are custom topics that we developed. They're 1 question each, but the other ones are one. And then, well, maybe when you're ready, you can go to the next one.
They got a copy of it.
Okay, yeah, great. Okay, this is very similar. This is for students grade 6 through 12. Same topics. And go to the next one there. And then here is the staff. And since you have a copy, you just skip it through. Thanks. So we heard from some LEAs that wanted to administration of the survey. We just wrapped up an optional window a couple of weeks ago. We did not collect and won't report these data just for the LEAs that really want to have 2 data points. The spring window will be March 2nd to April 3rd. We wanted to provide a wide enough window, but also make it a point in time. So it's scheduling flexibility, but it's also not just like ongoing on for multiple months. And the topics and questions will be the same. The administration process will be the same. It was actually very smooth from an administrative standpoint. getting staff trained up. They're very capable of doing these things. So the platform worked well. We didn't have any, didn't go down or anything like that, so everyone was able to administer it pretty smoothly. We're also offering grants, so it's open until December 8th. This is our teaching and learning team. Give them a little bit of extra publicity here. Until December 8th, it's open, the application is open for grants up to $50,000 to use these data to do enhance their school climate. There's a lot of flexibility in what the LEAs are able to do, schools are able to do. And you can click on that link if you want to learn more information, share it with those in your board. And for us, we'll continue to look at these data and learn from schools. One of the ways to do it, we actually did this last year, a learning brief that we published it. A teaching and learning put together, continue to learn from schools and look for ways to integrate these data into our other public reporting. So that's the end of my slide, and I'm gonna kick it over to my friend and colleague, Whitney Mayer.
Thanks, Ben, and thanks for having us here. I am gonna be talking about the course catalog file that's on the report card this year. But if you slide, I wanted to start that by backing up a little, since this is a newer collection for OSCE, so a lot of you may not be as familiar with it. This is something that we started about 5 years ago. We used some of the federal relief funding to start this process. And for the last 3 years, we've been working directly with LEAs to receive the course catalog data. And starting last year, we are now working on kind of the final phase of this, which is another layer of a daily feed that'll give us more information about the teacher and student data that relates to those courses. And we are now at the phase where we can publish the course catalog file on the report card. Have the next slide. This is actually, one thing that's really exciting for us is that this is the first time that we're publicly sharing this data. So again, started 5 years ago, and now we're in a phase where we can put this information out there publicly. I wanted to just share a little bit more about the process. So we collect data from all LEAs, and the file that you'll see is current data. So this is data about the courses being offered this school year. They submit the data in September. And then, like I said, this is the 3rd year that we have been collecting this data. And one thing we're really proud of is we've actually had full participation from LEAs every year, which is really exciting for us. And finally, when we say all students, we mean students in pre-K3 through adult. And that includes students that are in non-public schools as well. So it's really inclusive. And then I just wanted to talk a little bit about one element that I think is important for the district education system, which is that as a part of the submission process, LEAs map their courses to the OSCE state course catalog. And this is actually built off of a national system. So one benefit to that is a lot of other states use that same system, so we'll be able to even compare across states. And it also creates sort of some standardization across the district, which is important since there's like a lot of diversity in terms of the courses offered. An example of this is that if they're offering a DC history course, they would go to the course catalog, find that OSCE course code and include it in their submission. So on this file, you'll see you can sort to like DC history, and you can find all of those courses, even if LEA is called them different names. I can take the next slide. So these are the elements that are on the file. These are actually like the names of the columns when you see the file. You'll see that there's some basic information there that you would expect, like the name of the course, the grade levels offered. We also collect information if it's a math or literacy course, we collect information about the curriculum that they're using. And we also have some flags for sort of special content. So we'll know, for example, they'll tell us, and this is in the file, if it's a course specifically designed for students with disabilities, if it's an AP course, IB course, things like that. So you'll be able to see that in the file as well. Just wanted to highlight a few things that we found just from the course catalog file this year. So this year, LEA submitted nearly 20,000 courses. So you'll see all of those in the file. The 3 subject areas that had the highest numbers submitted were visual and performing arts, English language and literature, and mathematics. It's probably not surprising that DCPS submitted the highest number of courses, around 8,500.
And 18 LEAs submitted dual language courses, and 18 LEAs also submitted courses for AP courses. And if you are interested in digging more, we have been publishing blogs posts about the course catalog data, and there are more to come, so definitely take a look at those. And then finally, again, because this is a newer collection, I just wanted to close by talking about a few ways that, talking a little bit more broadly about how we, what we expect to happen with the course data collection. One thing we think it'll allow us to do is create better and faster data sharing among LEAs and schools. So, for example, if a student changes schools mid-year, we'll be able to facilitate getting the information about their past transcript to the new school in a much quicker way than I think what's happening now. We're also gaining sort of real-time insight about what's happening in schools every day. So, you know, information about like what math and literacy curriculum is being used, as well as information about teachers. So we'll know a little bit more about like who's teaching individual classes at each school. And we think that's really exciting because it will give us, our Division of Teaching and Learning is already interested in using that information to be more responsive in their own professional learning opportunities. So they'll be able to look for trends and kind of respond to that. And then finally, it'll also create more accurate public reporting. So right now in the school programs offered section of the report card, we have, and other family focused platforms, we have some data elements that we're also collecting through course collection that we think we might be able to substitute. An example of that is if, by doing that, for one, we'll alleviate some of the burden for LEAs, they won't be reporting at multiple places. But we can also do things like, right now, they just say like we offer AP courses, but we'll be able to say like in the last year, the students of this LEA or the school took these AP courses. So we'll be able to be a little bit more specific. That's it.
Yeah, we'll start heroes over there.
All right, thank you so much, and we'll start with questions and then if we like.
And I just want to thank you all for your presentation, really exciting, and I'm particularly excited to see the course catalog in there. There was a meeting just yesterday with the state superintendent. She came and spoke with the board tree and talking about trying to get more advanced coursework, which was a key topic there. So having that available so parents can see it and then hopefully advocate for the types of courses they may hopefully see in there, I think it's a real benefit. So I'm grateful that that's added, and I think that's a big plus. The question I do have though is on the safety aspect here, you're measuring a number of elements of safety. What we're trying to do here is try to see how we can improve safety, both at school and to and from school. How will this data be used in a way, like what will it tell us specifically to see if we have an issue at a particular school with safety? Like, do people leave comments? Like, exactly how does it work? If you could explain that.
Sure, so the safety that it covers not just physical safety, but also emotional safety. That topic, the topics we're reporting on the report card is the total, like loss response for all the questions in that topic. But the LEAs and schools have all the individual within their platform, and they've had it for several months. All the individual responses and each question and demographics and comparisons and stuff like that. So they'll be able to dig in on a specific concern or area of improvement or build on area.
And so it does provide school level data, so you're able to look and identify by school those that may stand out for you in your report. But it is a quantitative rather than a qualitative.
Yeah, there's no open response.
So what's posted will be quantitative, but the schools are getting like another layer of response. Is there a way that after they can kind of organize and like those results into themes and categories that you could present that to us? Because like I would be very interested in seeing, for example, like on the issue of safety, there's so many elements of it. I mean, it could be that, there's an intersection or there's an unsafe traffic condition. It could be bullying. It could be, an incident, where there's a fight or whatever, like, or that they don't feel like they have a school nurse there and someone has, potential issue procedures or something like that. It could mean anything. So like, getting that next layer down where we can see why students don't feel safe. Or why they do, would be really helpful, because then we could look for success stories, and then we could look for places where there's a gap. And then try to, bring the success stories into the schools where we do have challenges there. So would that be something that, we can work with you on
I don't think we're gonna commit to specifically coming back on that topic. I know we have a lot of other important agenda items like graduation requirements, but it's definitely something that we can bring back and discuss.
I'm thinking more offline, like, I don't know that we need to have a formal presentation on that, but if we could get, access to that data, if we could work with you on it, I think that would be helpful.
Happy to engage.
Okay.
I'm gonna acknowledge that Representative Shane has his hand up, but Representative Thompson was first.
Thank you. Thank you. I first want to echo.
Wow. I was trying to let you know that she's going before you, sir. So go right ahead, Representative Thompson.
No worries. I figured that was covered. I have a couple things. So one, I'm glad to see, what are we calling it? DC says?
Yeah.
Is that what we're calling the survey? Okay, I like that. That's cute. I'm glad to see the survey results. And I'm looking forward to seeing, trends in future years. You all mentioned that some LEAs, do want to touch points.
Yes.
And I noticed that the window already closed. What, percentage of LEAs are choosing to do 2 touch points?
I believe it was, it was optional. So
Right.
some opted in and then decided to, think out of the way. So we had about 23 sign up.
Mhm.
And then, there were 8 that actually had a very good response rate.
Okay.
So it wasn't a huge number, but it was, they liked it.
Okay. And, the micro grants, for SEL, this is not the first year you all have done that.
That's
micro
correct. Yes,
grants.
we did one when we did the pilot, with my LEs to opt in, we made it available for those schools last year.
How are we, sharing learnings, measuring success, with those micro grants?
So there was, teaching and learning team published a link last year, and I'll make a note for myself to share with you. It just goes through obviously all the different things they learned from the survey. They had a lot of, creative license, to do what they wanted, so there are lots of different, there's a wide variety of different approaches to schools, so. And it was all on the school level as well. So the grants went to schools, not the.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the grants went to schools. I'm curious because SEL is a new standard.
Mhm.
And I would imagine, that across schools and in some cases, a school can be a LEA. Folks are looking for, bright spot support, guidance. And so I'm just wondering how that information is being shared. Because it seems like a helpful support to have, to be able to try and pilot some things.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure exactly, but I believe that the plan is to do the same, we'll try to administer the grants, learn, and then publish.
So it's mostly through the publishing. Actually, 2 more questions. So, and one might be shorter than the other. We had a testimony at our public meeting, about a student who transferred. I cannot remember what, public charter school they went to for middle school. I saw that in the course catalog, instead of the self-reported, since it is linked to a national database, are we hoping, and I'm sorry, the students' credits weren't accepted and they were having some issues as far as, math placement.
Yeah.
Are we hoping, that this course catalog and kind of being able to define exactly which courses students take, knowing that we have a decent amount of student mobility in the district, will help students stay on track toward graduation and do a better job of like counting towards, so students aren't retaking courses or, off track.
I can't really, that feels very far in the future, so I can't really speak directly to that, but, because we are at such big, early phase in the process, but I can't see why that would be a possibility with the data. I can't speak to like credit transfers and things like that, but being able to make more informed decisions about like a student that shows up. And I do think maybe, like I mentioned with the OSCE course codes helping create some sort of standardization. I think that's what you're talking about. And I do think that's a really helpful piece. And, you know, and like I said, other states use it as well. So, I'm almost positive Maryland and Virginia use the same system. So I do think it's a big benefit. Personally, I, think being able to help the most vulnerable students who are moving between schools would be a really great benefit. That's among other things.
And then, is there anything, I guess, how, I know you all have the new, like, the Accelerate DC, is that what it's called, Austin? How does this fit into that larger work, if at all? Knowing the report cards coming out soon, like, and I'm gonna go back to the report card part of the presentation. So the report cards coming out soon, we will soon know, you know, where schools rank. Is there anything that ties to that that we should be mindful of as a board, and what will be new for the coming year?
The report card does display designations. I don't know how it's.
Yeah, so the Accelerate DC framework is OSCE's school improvement framework that we rolled out last year. As Andrew noted, designations will be displayed tomorrow. This year, there will not be designations made for comprehensive support and improvement schools. Those are 3-year designations. But there are annual designations that are made. Those are targeted support and improvement, as well as our additional targeted support and improvement schools. And those annual designations will come out tomorrow. And LEAs were notified of their designations yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. Representative Chang, now it is your turn, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. First, want to echo what Representative Goulet said earlier on advanced coursework. As you know, it's been a #1 issue for the Ward 2 Ed Council. So thank you. My questions are around data collection. And I'm curious, I know that's super hard work to do and to analyze it. If you could reiterate what methods differed this year from previous years in the data collection, and if there were any data variables that were particularly hard to get this year, as well as if you could wave a magic wand to make this whole process easier, what kind of support or resources you would like for next year.
Are you talking about course collection?
Mhm.
Specifically? Okay, the first
Yeah.
collection. So when I say that we've been doing this over 3 years, the first year was kind of a pilot. The second year, last year, we added on this second layer that I talked about, the student section course data. And that comes directly, so we have daily feeds right now to get attendance data and things like that. And this is using a similar system to get data directly from the student information system. And we are very close to having that ready, you know, where we feel good about the quality, but that frankly was a big undertaking. A lot of LEAs had to do some work on their own data systems so that they could comply, which they did willingly, to be honest.
Were they switching over to a standardized system that everyone uses, or were they building APIs to connect over to yours, or manually uploading information? How was it working?
And you're getting really far in the weeds, so I don't want to go too far. I could talk about this for a long time. Yes and no. So we do have a standardized system, sort of a set of data elements that we expect them to give us. And that's where, like some LEAs may not be set up to exactly have those like as a one-on-one connection, and that were maybe a place where they had to do some work on their own SIS. But we are, I mean, I think a principle that we've held to in this whole process is that we don't ever intend to force LEAs to do something different just to comply. So we've done a lot of work also, just kind of working with what they're giving us and making it as standardized as possible. So that's, I would also say was a lot of the work that we've done over the last year.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great. And what was the hardest to collect then?
That's a good question. Because it kind of differs by LEA. I think one thing actually that where we've made a lot of progress that was initially hard to collect is we're collecting information about the average time of every course, how many times it meets per week and how much time each session is on average. And that wasn't.
That's really interesting.
Yeah. Everyone was prepared to give us because they weren't necessarily tracking that. But we've come a long way and we actually have that information from most LEAs for already, at this point in the year, the second year of that collection, so.
Great, thank you. I know in previous years when we've asked for this and other kinds of data collection, the price tag and resource estimate of what it would take has been quite high. So appreciate the work that has been put in.
Next, we'll turn to Vice President Williams, followed by Representative Henderson.
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation. I absolutely see this as like a step in the right direction. I appreciate the work. I think it's gonna be useful data. I'm wondering literally around how we use it, like, for school improvement, for like empower families making decisions, all that. But my two questions in particular are, around like the fall 2025. Like you said, you got some feedback that schools, as to not report on the 2025 fall data. Can you say more about that and like what made that decision?
Why we didn't report
Yeah, why
out.
we didn't report it?
Just because it's a burden for the LAs to do these surveys. A lot of them have a ton of a very robust survey program that they had in place already. So asking them to do two per year felt like a lot. But there were some that really wanted to. Some of them were working with Panorama in the past and had wanted to keep that going. So we're trying to balance how to keep it as flexible as possible for people who already have like a survey program in place, but also kind of like welcoming other people in for
In the fall, just to reiterate what Ben said earlier, is optional, right? So we don't have, many of these are not participating in those in the fall administration. And so to publish some non-standardized, right, so that people across Facebook will introduce some ways for this.
Yeah, I understand that consideration. But that means, right, that we have like this one-time snapshot for schools of per year. So it's not like tracking necessarily within the school year, it's just looking at it across school years. Okay, I mean, I know those are tough things to balance. I do think that if we can look at it within school year, it might be, I would see it as potentially more useful, because we, and as a teacher in class, like, I understand the lift, but I also think it's useful if we can figure out where we are at the start of the year, so that we can use the year to improve, rather than saying, hey, this is where we were with a different group of students last year, and then people don't necessarily have as big a buy-in with the data.
And LEAs do have that data, so they're able to use that.
That's true, yeah.
It's also, the questions are all, like, you can put it into a Google form if you wanted to do like in your own classroom, ask the same questions and compare. They're not, behind any kind of paywall or anything we publish, so if you wanted to, like a small, like just do a couple questions in a different platform.
Awesome, and then, I guess I don't really, the only other comment I have as opposed to a question is like, with the course catalog, just like, there's so many courses that seem to offer, and I know that runs contrary to like what we hear sometimes from students here, so I'm looking forward to kind of digging into that and seeing how it applies to students and teachers' experiences, so thank you.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you. I'm really excited about the course catalog. I'm a little afraid of how much time I might spend. But before I do that, I need to have a better understanding of like what it means, like what each number, like 20,000 courses, that means every course that every school offers all added up together, right? So it's not 20 distinct things, right?
Do you want me
That's
to talk
correct.
a little bit more? It
Well,
is,
no, I want to ask
that
another
is
question.
correct, yes.
Okay, so if I'm going to a school page and I check to see what courses they offer, what does that mean exactly? That means they offered it last year, they offered it in over at least once in the last set period of time, or,
Yeah.
And how does that, well, I guess just tell me what it,
Yeah.
what it tells me.
It's new. I appreciate the, everyone's excited about it, but it's a lot to wrap your head around. So we do, it's an annual collection. There may not be a lot of changes over the year, but we do expect that what they give us in September are the courses that they will be offering throughout the year. It may not be, we do tell them to err on the side. If you think you're going to offer it, go ahead and put it in the catalog. So there may be some differences there. And I would say when it's an Excel files, but so it's not on the school pages, but you'll be able to look on that file and play around with it. And a lot of the number, what I will say about this 20,000 number is it does sometimes differ how the school has decided to show their data. So they may say we have a first, second, third, fourth grade. Another LEA of a similar size might say we have those, but we also have PE and, like they may decide to break their classes out differently depending on the school. So that would be one thing that we think about in terms of trying to compare apples to apples. It's not always, the numbers don't tell the story.
So I think I misunderstood like how it's gonna appear, like how the data is gonna appear. So
Yeah.
it's one Excel file.
Yes.
Okay. Still fun and dangerous. And I especially appreciate that the curriculum is available or is
Yes.
available when available, if available. Thank you. One other question about the survey. Like participation rate, that sounds pretty, 76% sounds pretty good. I just wonder where that, like, was that what you expected, hoped for? Do you have a reference point for, I know you want 100%.
I was delighted. I mean, I
Yeah.
was really, just as a person who's trying to urge people to take it. It was really high. And then the LEAs that have been doing surveys with Panorama in the past, that's kind of where they were like people that have pretty sophisticated setup. We're around 8%. So it's like it's to have the whole district at that, it felt great.
Great.
And I mean, honestly, it would give some credit, that's on all the credit to the LEAs too, because like, it does take administrative time, they had to take training, they had to schedule the blocks and, but while during the window, we could see them like day by day, like one LE would go from like 0 to 85 in, an afternoon.
I imagine there were some creative ways that they
Yeah.
were incentivizing. Yeah.
With the representative,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you. Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you. And I just opened it up in the Excel file too. It looks really good. It's cool to see architecture in here. My question goes back to the DC says the survey. Was there any data collected around like how families were experiencing special education or schools or how schools were maybe like implementing special education? Like it was just any data collected about special education at all in DC says.
No, the survey, it's about, I can't remember exactly what the question, the survey for parents is anonymous, so there's no like identifying information.
Okay.
No, yeah, that was specifically about special education.
Okay.
Because it was like anyone could take it, it was like, I don't know if you saw it, but you go to the website and then you could select the school from the drop down and you go in there, survey.
Right, these are all nationally normed questions that, go through Panorama, which is given throughout the country.
Okay. I was just thinking, just like not to identify the parent, but to see like, okay, like how are they, because that's part of the culture.
Yeah.
Like if I have a child with a disability, that might change the culture and how I feel about what the school is doing. And that also might change how the school is administering and how they feel about something versus somebody on the receiving end. So I was just trying to figure that out. Thanks. As always, it's never fun.
Good representative.
Not really, but it's
Go right ahead, Chad.
I have a question about DC says in particular. I remember taking it, and I found it interesting because I didn't realize at the time of taking it that like families and staff were also taking it. And I wanted to ask, one, is the data surrounding families also going to be published? Because it wasn't in the PowerPoint, but I don't know.
Yes, it is published. We set a threshold for 50% for students and 50% for staff to publish it. So staff was right over and 20% for parents with the student population as the denominator. So we did not reach that threshold for the state to publish. We're below that like threshold that we set. However, there are LEAs and schools that were above. Yeah, so you'll be able, if you go through different LEAs and schools, you'll see whether they're above that threshold or not.
Okay. And with the data for like surrounding families, I know that the survey was anonymized. Was there any like specific identifying information, like what LEAs their students, like their children were within? And also, would there be any like specific touch points that y'all have in mind with like families in particular of a certain like ward or LEA, like specifically, because I know you're doing that with schools themselves, but not families, I'm sure.
So like, are you asking what kind of demographic questions? Yes, like ward and, education level, where the, yeah, and when you, when the parents took the survey, they'd select the school, so that rolls up to the LEA. So the LEA, as a school and data managers can see all those responses, whether or not they're publicly reported, all those responses come in, they get to see.
Thank you. I'm looking around to see if there's anybody else in the queue that gets anything. Go right ahead.
I'm not sure if you guys would be able to answer this, but I've been exploring the school, report card and, I saw a couple of things like numerically that might be a little bit like off. Is there a way that you guys verify information with schools, and information that you receive from schools?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so, OSSI goes through a robust process basically over the summer, called, metric calculation confirmation. And it's a process by which LEAs, to your point, certify all of the data elements that go through the report card. And so that can be anything like the school programs that are listed, whether before after care is listed, who the parent organization is, but also down to like, is the percent of students that scored level 4 on DCK correct? So like with all of the data elements, and it's an LEA's responsibility over the course of the summer through a series of kind of like essentially like phases, if you will, where they confirm that the data is correct and accurate before we actually publish it on the report.
Okay. Yeah, Representative Thompson.
I actually have a final question, which, I'm hoping you all can answer. And it goes back to the, report card and the accelerated DC. So I know that schools were told their designation. I know those aren't public yet. I know they will be public tomorrow. I also know we changed the formula. That, you know, were there any surprises, huge changes in like where schools fail? Given, you know, the increase in emphasis on things like growth, students, certain subgroups.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So, last year in December 2024, when OSSI made designation, school improvement designations, we actually used the revised accountability system. And so last year when schools were designated, it was based off of the revised formula, if you will, Representative Thompson, that the state board approved, with the increased percentage in growth, with the reweighting of all students groups with economically disadvantaged. And so that was used last year when we made designations, and it continues to be used this year as well. So no changes with how the accountability score was calculated.
Oh, not how
Yeah.
it's calculated, but like, are we seeing? How do I put this? I think there were certain assumptions made about who would always end up, where.
Mhm.
Like certain schools are always gonna be at the top, certain schools are always gonna be at the bottom. And now that it's our second year, of implementing, a formula that takes different things into account. Are we seeing changes in like, at all, in how schools are, scored and what we are saying, is good?
Last year, when we revised the formula, there was a significant shift in what we observed, with much less of a correlation between the population served and the accountability scores. And so expect that to maintain as we maintain that term.
So we'll see the report card tomorrow, is what you're telling me, Andrew? Okay.
Can I go back?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Representative Johnson, I didn't do a good job answering your question. There is a question in the demographic section on the parent survey, whether the student does receive services or not. So when the school gets the survey responsibility, they can break it out by, parents, children with disabilities and not. But there's not a open-ended question about specific programming within the school. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. It's just, I know families they're always like looking at that and they're using this information to look at that. And sometimes it's not like fully accessible, like you have to go and experience it, like one school can say they're doing a good job with something, but there are times when they're not, and that's just the unfortunate reality, and so I didn't know if there was something that families could use, or even, you know, the school themselves, where if they're doing something amazing, that maybe people don't know about it, and for that information to be shared, and so I was just trying to figure out like how, like, are we just including that type of, not that type, but including special education programming as we're talking about culture and academics and all the things. But I appreciate you coming back to me.
All right. Eli, take us, I'm not trying to make that stay here any longer than you guys have to, but I just want to make sure that every member has the opportunity to ask any questions they have on their spirit. Seeing no other ones, I want to thank the Oscar team, for a thoughtful presentation, the answers, the questions, thank you.
Thank you guys for having us.
We're going to be transitioning out. But as a reminder to the viewing public, the State Board of Education as an agency also includes the Office of Student Advocate and the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education. Every year, we welcome them to a working session to present their perspective and their report. I will now turn it over to Dan Davis, Chief Student Advocate, to present the Office of the Student Advocate annual report.
Well, we asked the ombudsman team, for the annual.
We'll take a few seconds to do a shift so that you're gathering so far away. More of a family, calm down.
Discuss that, yeah. I think they're trying to adjust it. It drives on everything. Second.
Yeah, well, it's wrong with that.
Let's actually come back.
All right. All right, Bob, thank you for bearing with us as we did meeting arrangements. Davis.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Dan Davis. I'm Chief Student Advocate. I'm joined by.
I am Natalie Powell, Student Advocate.
So, this past year has been our 10th year as an office, and so in these past 10 years, we've been able to serve a lot of families and students and bring most help things that they natively. One of our tasks is really to help families navigate as readily as possible through whatever issue, concern, thought, gut, something that's just, we're learning them to say, hey, I need some help. Office is there, support office does that, feel more to get from this. We do that through the hotline, we do that through our resources, for distribution, we also do that through our workshops and trainings that we do for larger community groups, also for smaller community organizations. If there's a room with 10 people in it, 5 people in it, we're glad if they're not there to talk about whatever issue they want to talk about that's related to PK 3 to 12. Next slide. So this past year, we distributed over 9,787 resources, in print and online. We engaged around 3,700 students and families in person. And we helped over 700 families to request for assistance. Our hotline, we had a total of, there's not listed here, we had a total of 1,200 unduplicated contacts. So people, those families that reached out to our office for whatever reason, contact us, we spoke to them, and we moved forward. But 706 of those were for folks that move forward in some type of substantial way. Again, we provide a whole host of resources that we produce with community, from our dyslexia guide to our career college readiness guide, our behavioral health guide. They're all available on our website. Some of these are print and available, and are available in Big 6 online as far as language wise, and the print and heart. In addition to that, we provide a lot of our, we very much attempt to meet families, students where they are. And so we take a lot of our information and things that are very much education speak, kind of, you know, like this in our academic world, so we try to take that and put it in the most accessible form as possible. So we have a lot of social media resources and social media guides that are kind of geared for, you know, phone interaction. So you can swipe it on your phone, you can, you know, access it through one of our social media sites. It's very easy to kind of distribute among families, also easy for families to access on their own. Slide. So some of the things I'm gonna highlight, there's some things we're gonna highlight through our presentation today is about some of our workshops and some of the meetings that we've done. So this year we hosted our special education data rights workshops. I know a lot of folks are familiar with that. It's that World Cafe model where we bring all the special ed providers and put them all in one room and really have a conversation around what we need, look at what's going on, and then give folks the opportunity to break out to do round the rock World Cafe style, have one-on-one conversations with all the people that we need to kind of navigate special education. This year we were targeting our families that are from the deaf, blind, and hard of hearing communities. So we had our workshops, partnership with the Mayor's Office for Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing, DCPS for the hearing teams, OSSI, GIDETS, and TCPF. And so we really, oh, I think we lost it. But with that, we had very much conversations that were geared towards those communities, and we brought in subject matter experts that knew how to navigate those particular spaces. I always have hands, those particular spaces for those communities. So we get this bring back up.
It's all good.
Presentation, all of this is about this.
We're still casting on the one. Which I would sit on and we pull up the document. So one of the other things that we spent a lot of time working on in the office is student safety. This past year, we did our ward-based safety community conversation. These are conversations that we had throughout the city. Many of you guys joined us in those conversations as co-sponsors, connected with our council, connected with council members, the Church School Alliance, and slew of community partners to host these community meetings in communities around neighborhoods throughout the district. To really talk about what challenges students and families were facing in those school communities in their neighborhoods. And really much think about solutions that can be created from those participants. So we had students, we had staff members, we had school leaders, as well as our agency partners and agency stakeholders, all in one room, having conversations around what is needed in those neighborhoods, what has worked in the past, and how we can think about, how we can think about advocating as a collective for what we want to see come next. Some of the larger takeaways was, there's a need for better training of safe passage workers, limited access via transportation challenges, and inadequate infrastructure challenges on both the communities, some stop signs, stop structures, to school buildings, to school building structures, such as the need for X-rays or active or metal detectors. Yes. I'm sorry. All right, so one of the things that we really are championing is student and family voice. And this past year, we worked with DHS to host Student Fest. The Student Fest was essentially a one-day workshop conference for students that are part of the DHS attendance pilot project. So we are looking to make sure those students that have been identified as having attendance challenges get some extra support and have a day of here are the things that are possible when you do show up to school. So we did that this past year, over 160 students participated, it was one day event at DC Public Library. Ourselves led a student panel with the former SBO student rep Peter Barnes and other students from Block Rec. And so on the annual Youth Leadership Summit, we hosted our fourth annual Youth Leadership Summit this year in partnership with the Wait for Challenge DT. We had around 75 people attend that. We were at Trinity, we hosted this year's event at Trinity University, several of the council, several SBOE reps came out and enjoyed the day, spent the day with us. There's really an opportunity for students to do peer engagement and do peer leadership training. So they were able to lead sessions on what they've accomplished this past school year, how they organized, how they advocated, talking about issues from health and wellness to bullying and harassment to just overall advocacy and organizing. So getting into our data around request for assistance. This past 5 years, we served around 700 folks. That's slightly under, that is a slight uptick from what we served last year. As folks know, we had a freeze and we had some staff changes, some staff turnover, and so that kind of led to a learning curve, to say the least. And so we did not beat the numbers that we had last year, but we are definitely on track this year and are on pace to, beat that number and see it for this school year, this coming school. As we look at our big breakdown citywide, our request for assistance, most of our Ward 7, and then our Ward 7 of the residents, around just slightly between 4%, Ward 8 followed at 23%, Ward 5 around 14%, and Ward 6 around 14, slightly under 14% as well. When we look at our RFPs by waters, by school location, by ward location, Ward 5 schools were the schools that we received the most calls about, around 22%. Ward 8 schools were around slightly under 19%. Ward 4 schools are around 15%, and Ward 7 schools are around 13%. So that talks a little bit about what we know around student mobility, student traveling, and folks seeking out the best school environment for the child. There's a request for assistance. The top 3 areas are kind of will be familiar to folks, especially education, represented around 36% of all the calls, student safety around 14%, enrollment access around 13%. The back of the deck, you'll have a ward breakdown for your own individual ward. So if there's questions about that later, we can talk about that as well. I'll continue on for remote. So we look at it, we take a 3 look at our special education. Families who reached out with us that their names offers on special education. Placement was the #1 issue for this past school year. Around 21% had a question around placement. The placement we're talking about in the most broadest sense, so that's including location of service and classroom placement. So not just placement in a very technical aspect of or even the least restrictive environment, but in the most broadest sense of where the school building, school classroom location, the whole gamut. Not enough support provided was our second highest category, especially for students. Not enough support provided is that catch-all where families have that gut call, like I'm receiving services, everything just, I'm not seeing the progress that I expect to see. IEP kind of essentially talking to the actual IEP process, can an IEP or do we for an IEP? Academic support is part of the implementation of that, those services and accommodations, and evaluation. When we look at all of our core call volume for so many people, 92% of the folks that have yeah, 78% of families that reached out to us that identified as saying the student has a disability already had an IEP or about before this. Most of those calls were related to special education disability, but 14% of those were related to student safety. As we dig into student safety overall for all students, bullying is around 35% of all of our calls that related to student safety. Communication and engagement is around 20%. Abuse and neglect was around 15%, and abuse and neglect, that number is inflated because we've got anything that involved adults that involved that was part of that incident, got labeled abuse and neglect. So whether it was there was a fight or something that happened at school and an adult was involved in that fight, that call got captured under abuse and neglect. So if there was an incident with a staff member or something to that extent, that it fell into abuse and neglect. Around 9% safety plan, and transfer requests was around 3%. Enrollment access was that last category, so school choice was around, for us, was around 34%. Documentation was around 27%, and transfer request was around 9% of these costs.
Okay, so when we focus on special education, when we think through our aspiration analysis, we notice really the underlying issue of most of these cases is communication, right? Families are not feeling heard. There have been drops into the communication either between the school, between teachers, between the family, due to somewhere something is being dropped and is leading to student disengagement, ultimately school attrition. So we know that IEPA mandates communication timelines for the eligibility process, for evaluation, private notice, quarterly progress reports. But progress reports are subject to lapses in compliance. They don't always include substantive information about, well, how many services were missed, how many were actually provided. This is leading to widening achievement gaps, increased behavioral and emotional challenges with our students, and then higher rates of absenteeism, disengagement, and grade restriction. After a year for communication and referral services, we're noticing that many parents are simply just seeking out new educational environments rather than trying to work out with the school what the issues are. So while we're thinking through what our recommendations are, again, with that idea that communication is this underlying issue, because families are really just struggling to keep up with all of their IEP documents. They're scouring through emails, trying to figure out, well, where was this email sent? What was this message sent about this to my student? It's particularly the case when we see families who have multiple students with disabilities. So we are recommending a parent-facing portal where parents are able to access all past and current documents and keep track of reported service hours. So that would, again, keep track of all past and current IEPs and 504 plans. They would house service tracker logs. Parents would get notifications of missed or rescheduled services, and they would be able to access those quarterly progress reports. Within that, we are saying that ICDCS and PCSB should consider how they can incorporate this into the current SIS systems they already house and make sure they are mobile friendly and translate in those home languages. And making sure that those log on and access pathways have a very, are again incorporated into what the families are already used to for a more streamlined rollout. We are also recommending standardized literature that's disseminated with the procedural safeguards. So back to what Dan was saying earlier about things are just often in an educational jargon that parents are struggling to understand. And so if parents are getting really overwhelmed by that, that's what a lot of our calls are, and that's really just explaining what the process is and what a lot of these things mean. And so if parents could have a form or a sheet that is also given to them that explains in very clear language what all of these things mean, and that's a little bit deeper into what their disability needs and how that manifests in day-to-day, and their day-to-day education and applies at school. We are saying that ICDCS and PCSB should consider coordination with disability advocacy groups, universities, and clinical experts when creating these evidence-based fact sheets, and that the literature needs to be written again in plain, accessible language and translated in home language.
So as our work on student has expanded through the years, response to the influx of our student-related request assistance, you see this year over year with the increasing need for us to respond to student safety. Part of that challenge, as a school year 24-25, we released 2 student safety reports, expanding the gathering information around students traveling to school to be encompassing of the whole student experience. School year 23-24, approximately 35% of students reported experiencing bullying or harassment, 17% increase from school year 22-23. Approximately 32% of students reported missing school or leaving early because of safety concerns. Disproportionately affecting female, LGBTQI, Black, Latina, and Asian students. Based on insights from our focus groups and increased volume of situations, may have started hosting our citywide community study on our student safety community conversations. And with that, there were some things that came up that were straight that were true across all wards. There is no one size fit all approach that's going to fit all our problems around student safety. The thing that was true for all communities was that there's a need for tight knit communities and creating a community-wide, a need for a community-wide responsibility. No, I'm just talking.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
Don't see.
Just those have been.
To get back to the point, the some issues possible to bullying, community discipline, the need for a citywide digital edge. Some of those conversations were improving the bullying resolution protocol, connecting transportation and traffic resources to cities where students are most at risk of incidents, relationship building between school-based stakeholders, including families with school-based, community safety-based instances.
Okay, safety recommendations. So we're recommending to strengthen cross-sector and interagency collaboration. As we know, and many of us have experienced, a lot of these programs are operating silos. And so reach is limited, impact is limited. Right now, the Charter School Alliance, along with PCSB, has really spearheaded a lot of great work with effective communications across their charter school sectors. DMPSJ also provides support across the district for safety concerns in neighborhoods. So, excuse me, we are recommending creating ward-specific student safety directories that will include a list for school and community leaders, local businesses, so they all know and are on the same page when an incident may occur in the neighborhood. That directory should also include a resource bank of providers who have availability and capacity for pro bono services. School leaders, School leaders within WMATA and NTPD should also consider developing a standardized interagency training for safety officials. We are also recommending to expand safety infrastructure and transportation resources. Currently, community members across the district have expressed that traffic supports are not equitably distributed across schools in the district. Schools also require additional materials and infrastructure in and around their campuses, such as updated metal detectors and walkie-talkies, as been spoke to earlier. DDOT, WMATA, and other related agencies should consider surveying the school leaders, educators, and families to better identify those missing or outdated safety infrastructure in our schools, working biannually with students to identify the safety trends, whether it be congested transportation hubs, or any spaces that are currently being used as staff weapons, or any levels of customer service satisfaction with families. And then extending immediate communication from inside the school building to include safe passage, WMATA, NPD, and other safety stakeholders. Also recommending that we are investing in out of school time opportunities. So currently Ward 5 and 7 community members were inspired by supports available to previous generations. Reports from Baltimore are showing a 30% decrease in non-fatal shootings. They have been doing some really amazing work with their student safety, and it's all through their investment through youth mentorship programs and just program availability for their youth. Council, DME, OSCE, and DDOT should consider investing in OST programs to create a triangle of support, re-envisioning existing community support such as school PTOs and PTAs, and then expanding existing safety programs such as Safe Passage and DC School Connect to provide services.
So as we think about enrollment and access, our line, we had around 14% of those calls. Enrollment questions, those enrollment questions encompass mid-year enrollment, transfer between schools, clarifying wait lists and placement, or decisions are made. Nearly 50% of families who contact our office cited bullying or harassment as a reason they're seeking a behavior transfer. In our student safety report for 2024, more than 1/3 responded stated they were school as a safety. Servants and families have refused to allow their students to return to school. School buildings, signaling to the student that school avoidance is an acceptable strategy for bullying prevention. We recommend OHR should implement a centralized anonymous online reporting platform. Similar to New York City's Respect for All complaint line, a 48-hour response window to student and family. Reduce the investigation time frame from 30 days to 14 days. And publish data that could have published an anonymized data and review quarterly by have it reviewed quarterly. We also recommend changing our student placement system. LA should consider short-term academic continuity and centralized placement support for students affected by bullying, mandating emergency and academic and placement supports. Students have the right to take up a 1 week of remote instruction immediately after a severe bullying incident, as well as digital literacy. SBOE should incorporate digital citizenship standards to promote responsible online behavior among students. Examples of that are the Common Sense Education in collaboration with Project Zero and the Grad School of Education. Thank you for your support this past year and look forward to working with you all throughout the school country.
Today, that was major. Very comprehensive. I'm looking for questions. Everybody, and I'm going to start with Vice President, William Boulay, and then come on to the.
Yeah, thank you both, thank you for all of what you do. And I think this might dovetail with something I was talking with Representative Clay about. Like, the recommendations feel very like concrete and like clear, and I'm just kind of wondering what next steps you feel like could look like and how we can, like, how the board can help partner and elevate some of that, board members, board staff, or just all of us to really like see those things into fruition. Because I know we've been talking about the things with bullying or social media kind of norms and updates to that for years now. I'm just kind of see it, especially with it continue to be a pattern. What do you see as like next steps in that work?
So I think one of the things that I appreciate about this past board and this current board has been the willingness to stay on some harder positions and use that pulpit. I think specifically thinking about cell phone policy and kind of just some of the times that we've had around social media and kind of you guys lending your voice and leadership in that space. I think, you know, I see a lot of progress, some of those areas around specifically talking about student safety, around some of the work DPMS today has been doing around training and updating their safe passage workers. I think when you look at the safe passage workers from when we first started having those folks around and bring us to where they are now, we're leap years away from, you know, I see these guys hanging out on the phone and I don't know sure what they're doing, and there's more of a danger versus and I think where I think the next step for our collaboration and partnership is some of the work that is really in the C community. My understanding is that you guys are taking on a lot of work around some student safety issues and a lot of work around bullying. I'll be probably now, you know, I'm speaking out of turn, hey, slow down. I know one of the work as we prepare to do this year's student safety survey, reason for us we publish it every other year is because the data lift is a hard to lift for us. We're a team of 7 to 5 FTEs to 2 part-time grad students. So for us, cleaning and crunching data, that usually takes a backseat to us answering the phone and being present with families. So it takes time for that. I would love, you know, we would love to have more support around meetings, have that data turned around quicker, so we can be like, hey, this happened this year. Now we're talking about 25, 26. And at the end of the school year, 25, 26, to be like, here's that report of what we saw this past school year versus it being, you know, having that 1 year ahead.
Like, it's helpful to hear that context. And then last thing I was saying, maybe we just can connect sometimes in the future. Like, I really appreciate the community events and just like everything that you've done with like MICFA and other organizations. I'm curious kind of like what that looks like in 2026 so that we can also support that work. So yeah, I'll follow up with you.
President Boulay.
I want to thank you, Dan, and the whole team for giving us incredible report together here. I think you answered this part of it already, is the stat, we saw last year, only 31% of students who had saved. I think you said that comes out every other year, so we won't see an update on that until the next year, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay,
We have a small amount of money from small things, so.
that makes sense. When I look at this, with the big, I'm looking at the slide here. I don't know if they're numbered, but the one with figure 5 showing the categories of 35% for the calls coming in from bullying. And then the 21.7 for other, does that involve a lot of cyberbullying potentially that doesn't meet the definition of bullying, or what is this other category?
We use, we're capturing bullying the fullest knowledge.
Okay,
Kind of says, a child is bullied, even if it doesn't meet
the definition,
it's the OHR definition of bullying.
that would be in
Gotcha.
the darker blue.
So we usually on the bullying.
Okay, that's really helpful to know. And then, just one last question / comment on this. I agree with really everything that's in here. I think the one thing I would like to continue to stress is the need for accountability. Like, we talked a lot about this, we talked about, what the parents said here on the slide. Sorry if we got a lot of good slides here. I'm looking here on the website about the need for, like a solution, and them feeling like the administration's not necessarily then following through. I think there was something you phrased it slightly differently, so I don't want to phrase it incorrectly, but it felt like they needed a response from the school because they weren't quite getting that. And they were holding their kids back in some cases due to that. And I think that's what we've got to address. We've got to have, in severe and repeated instances of bullying, there's got to be some accountability. And that is a hard discussion to have, but it needs to be there as an option if after every intervention, this doesn't stop. And I want to look for ways to do that in a way that's not reactive, but thoughtful. So congrats on a great report, and thanks for presenting it.
Thank you, Representative Johnson.
Thanks, President Patterson, Dan and everybody. Thank y'all so much for everything you all are doing. I know you all get, like you said, it's over 700 families here, and you're literally serving the whole city, and it's a lot more. And just in the city in general. So just thank you for everything that you're doing. I'm sure everybody in this room knows where I'm going. You all are the SBOE, right? We're all a part of the SBOE. So we have basically shared with ourselves that the biggest issue that we see is special education. And so I was just it's one is a question and then two is a comment. One, kind of piggybacking off Vice President Williams, with the recommendation about the collaboration with folks, like, is there a way you all envision that happening? Like, how does that happen? Like who should start that conversation? Is there magic wand? How does that happen?
I think magic wand, I think we build out
I'm sorry, what slide is this? It's the special education recommendation slide that I was looking at. I'm sorry, I didn't, because I saw it moving and I was like, oh, is she looking for where I am?
I never did that.
Oh.
Go back to people's, I'm not good.
I'm sorry. It's the. You see where I am, this one here, on this one. I can just pass it down to the one where we're talking about, like, say DCPS, PCSB should consider coordination with disability advocacy groups, universities, clinical experts to create evidence-based.
Page 21.
Yes.
Slide.
So yes, so I think part of that work's already been done. I think one of the things that, actually, I'm going to give a lot of praise to our colleagues over Donald's and the Hispanic team. They've done a lot of this, they've done a lot of this groundwork with DCPS. There's a lot of great material that's come out of this that speaks to this work. Unfortunately, it's for DCPS. And some of it is, applicable to all of the areas, but I think part of the challenge in our world of 67 plus different LEAs is having that same level of service for all families at all LEAs. And I think where we start to see some of these natural places kind of doing this work, I see the charter school the charter school alliance providing a great support and leading some of that work as far as organizing, bringing some of our instructional stakeholders to the table. I think SBO, I think you guys, SBO is as an entity has the ability to, you know, to call a meeting like, hey, let's have this conversation, and just getting the dialogue between our stakeholders. I think that's the work that needs to kind of get done now. And then we can get to the point where, like, right, this is, we can agree upon, this is the language that we want to move forward. I think about the work that happened with the literacy task force and how that wasn't just an overnight situation where we came up, you know, folks had a ball played, or had an idea to this is what we're gonna do. It really was, hey, let's bring a lot of folks together, let's talk about the challenges, let's talk about our challenges, how can we make this work, and how can we move forward in the same direction. I think that is a solid framework for us to adopt to implement this organization.
Okay. And I have an idea, I'm not gonna say it out loud, because it's an idea, offline. And then the other thing that I noticed that you all shared was again, like about communication with families. And so my comment is more like to the board as we're looking at the graduation requirements. And as we're looking at the practical studies diploma, and we're talking about rollout and how families will access information, like the student advocate's office has told us, this is like a big issue. So when we're making changes to special education and the services and just anything that affects them, we have to make sure that we're doing it right. Because they're having challenges as we get to. So thank you all so much, I appreciate it. I felt like I saw the broken record minutes.
Thank you, Representative Council Law. Representative Folsom, and after that.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this. It's pretty, but a lot of substance, so I really appreciate the work of the team. I have a couple of questions. The first one is about the data or the details that you all receive. So I understand that schools have their own POC. They usually do an investigation that can be substantiated or unsubstantiated. But how much of those details do you receive? Do you just have numbers, or do you have any of the details around that?
So those details, we were receiving the same information families already received, but the details that I think you're describing are reported out to OHR, so the Office of Human Rights, the Bullying Prevention Coordinator, rights, and he has those details. I would say it's, when I've seen incident reports, it's very much a reflection of kind of the school leadership and what they want, what they have as a culture. So I've seen incident reports where they're very detailed, they explain exactly what happened. This is what follow up, this is where we're going. Then I've seen other incident reports where families said, like, it just says my child's name and then what's the nurse.
Yeah, okay. So OHR, they do an annual survey and they just ask for a number. So they don't really require schools to share the details. I think having details would be helpful as much as possible that you can receive with guiding you with your trainings and the discussions that you have. Because a lot of times, of course, parents want to protect their children. And sometimes things are just unkind and not nice. And then some things are really, really bullying. And having those detailed information so that you can talk from a larger perspective, I think will help with us getting to the heart of the situation with our community and our parents. When it comes to accountability of parents, I'm just wondering, and since we're talking about magic wands, if we were able, and I'm not meaning this board, but if the city were able to hold parents accountable, and we were saying that they had to go maybe to your agency for accountability training, bullying prevention training, information as a parent, is that something that you all feel, if you had the budget, you all could accommodate teaching parents?
So we have workshops right now that we do with schools that talk about effective communication, managing kind of aggression, managing anxiety, where we're just talking to parents and talking to caregivers around, this is how you communicate, this is how you build your advocacy, this is how you organize. So that's something that we do.
Excellent, because usually it doesn't just start with the children, right? Okay, my other question is, when students are transferred, I know that your presentation talked about the bullied being transferred. Is there additional information given to the next school to support and still healing that trauma for the child who was bullied? Do you know? It's a general, I don't know.
No, there's no standardized form for students that are volunteer withdrawing themselves to transfer to another area.
Okay, and then for those rare situations where the bully is transferred, I'm just wondering, again, it may not be your domain. When they are transferred, how much of that information is shared with the new school so that they can have a wraparound services so that the bully from the previous school doesn't become the bullier again at the new school?
So it's within LEA, there's general communication, because they're arranging that transfer. Most transfers like that are generally a DCPS transfer, where they're doing a voluntary transfer or something to that extent. So the new school is somewhat aware that this is coming. There's not much say so that school is able to do.
Right.
And when we kind of supported families that that are going through an involuntary transfer, there's not a lot, is a very short appeal window. And it's not very much that can be done if a student is a volunteer transfer.
And then you highlighted another problem that we have in the city, period, in terms of information transferring from one LEA to the next. So if it's within DCPS, then they may get some information, but there's no guarantee that if you're going from DCPS to a charter school, that information will be transferred.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Are there other questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Davis.
Along those lines, for the SPED portal recommendation, are you envisioning that as a system that is managed by OSSI, or that like all LEAs have a system that's compatible? Because you mentioned in the presentation, the point that it needs to transfer from LEA to LEA. But who would you envision kind of owning that?
So it'd be similar to what we have now with power schools, but it'd be a little more than just the IP docs and some data docs. One of the things that we, for parents that have access to power school, is that the information there isn't always reflective of what their experience, especially when it comes to progress reports, and kind of log hours. I think those things, parents would go, what they describe as, oh, here's an IP schedule, and they're gonna have a meeting, and then magically, the day before, everything loads up. Or everything's available then, or sometimes it's just, nothing's available, and then at the end of the school year, they're asking and, trying to figure it out.
But not every LEA has power school, correct?
So power school, my understanding is from Boston, so all.
For SPED students, or
It's like a database that the LEAs have access to, where like they basically log in. It's like the case managers and the spec coordinator, like everybody has it, where they go in and they put in the stuff. That's how they edit it.
so
and upload
parents
it.
can now access that.
Some of them can, yeah, they just have to know to ask for that. Most parents don't know, they don't know it exists or what it is. Is that helpful? Sorry, so I'm sorry, Dave.
No, thank you.
Secretarial.
My expert hat on, y'all.
All right. Thank you, Representative Henderson. Were there other questions? Not seeing any hand raised, and leave it in. All right. Okay, well, I want to thank you again, and his team, for this great work that they're doing. I have to say that I did attend one of your community safety meetings that standing room only. The community and that many people across generations, and everything, young to old, and different agencies that were there. I did want to put amazing work that you're doing as far as being your to share your approval out and about and working with folks. So congratulations on that leadership. Thank you so much. I will now turn to our ombudsman to present their annual report.
So, greetings, President and Vice President and all the members of the board and all of our other guests that are here with us this evening. I'm delighted to be here and share with you the report. I am Kimberly Humphrey. I'm the Ombudsman for Public Education, and I'm joined here tonight presenting with Charlotte Leonard, our senior advisor. And in our, as she oversees the case management team. I also have Hannah Butler and one of our newest members of our team, Sarah in the back, our program associate, started Monday, Lavonte. like give her a warm welcome, everyone, for hanging out with us. Thank you all. I will jump right in. Our agenda for this meeting, we will go over the office, general office overview, talk about some outreach, over highlights, go into our numbers for the school year, and then we just go into our health recommendations and looking ahead at that. So basics for our ever. So, as I mentioned, the team at myself, our two managers, title here, two assistant ombuds currently, and Cheyenne Hunter, who is our intake coordinator program. For those who may be a little less familiar, if you would like to clarify or define the term ombud, which means an entrusted person or representative of grievances. So what we do is we serve as a resource for families and schools who need assistance resolving school-based concerns. The office works to ensure that students have equitable access to instruction and identify and offer policy recommendations to improve educational outcomes. We firmly believe that our office plays a crucial role and is an essential resource because we not only build those communications and relationships, but those strong collaborations with families and schools dramatically improve student outcomes. We are next covering some foundational tenets that we operate by. Our slogan is "We care, we listen." Our shared values that we've created as a team include accountability, open communication, collaboration, respect, and integrity. Not only are these the values that we serve our community with, but also how we treat each other. And I also want to highlight, we always like to go over some of the details of, or some of the expanse, the topics that we cover. Sometimes when folks hear conflict resolution, they only think of bullying or discipline. But we do support with academic progress, resource needs, enrollment, attendance issues, course discipline, special education, safety, communication, and engagement, and
All right, so I'll discuss our outreach for this last school year. So our engagement efforts included in-person, online, and virtual hybrid events and training sessions, which were hosted by our team in conjunction with some of our community partners. We facilitated and hosted 68 outreach events spanning in wards 5, 7, and 8, where we received the most context and successfully engaged in the communities who needed our services the most. Our Special Education Hub team provided 51 Special Education Hub trainings where they conducted over 50 facilitated trainings, including 24 specialized sessions as a part of their Family Empowerment Series. We also, doubled our in-house family-facing Spanish language trainings and provided all of our Fed LEA POCs trainings twice in the previous school year. We also conducted 25 mediations in partnership with the Office of Attorney General. We work in partnership with their attend mediations, helping families identify some of the barriers with getting their children to school on time and in the classroom, and reducing some of the barriers and providing them with additional resources to boost student engagement as well as academic progress. And we also facilitated 11 school-based mediations around safety, student safety, discipline, and enhancing family and school communication. Some of the events that we would like to highlight tonight was our Meet the Ombudsman, our inaugural virtual event that took place last February, where we had nearly 100 folks in attendance.
We also conducted a coffee chat session with PAVE, which is Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, where we did an overview of our services. And from that presentation, we received additional parents that reached out to our office for support as well. We launched a new workshop entitled Effective Communication in Special Education as a part of our OMB Family Focused Conflict Resolution Series. We also implemented and created an informal conflict resolution series training, which was provided to some of our school LEAs as well as DC Public Libraries and DC Public School librarians. In August of 2025, we completed our 3-part family empowerment video series, which is an expansion of the video series that we currently have with our DC Special Education Hub. And in that, we explored an overview of our office, the one-on-one support that we offer, as well as an introduction to the Special Education Hub, the basics of navigating bullying versus conflict, and an overall overview of our informal conflict resolution approaches. The SPED Hub also presented the empowerment through access, improving the special education process through accessible resources and support for diverse families at the Learning Disabilities Association of America conference the previous school year.
So now we will get into, the numbers and the data. So we wanted to start by highlighting the overall touch points, which were 3,009. And out of those, we served with the more in-depth support, 550 pieces. And here we also just have a graphic that goes into a bit more in detail of the breakdown of numbers. We have 1,641 folks that were on the hotline, and the 799 of those came through the general ombuds, and 642 through our special education hub hotline. We talked a bit about mediations earlier, but we also have our 51 training events that reached 992 attendees. So for a breakdown of the cases that were resolved, I'll just start with the top trending issues, which we've talked about earlier too. Special education, safety, and communications and engagement. You see that 179 of the special education pieces, and that was 32%. There's clarify that here. 28% was safety, and about 18% was the. I was just gonna highlight some of the other topics that I reached. High level numbers, but enrollment, resource needs, discipline, small percentage of these factors.
Thank you. As we look at our cases by month, we had the highest spikes in cases in March, October, as well as May. We had 65 in March, 58 cases in October, and 63 cases in May. And the reason for some of those spikes when we look at our trends in our data is around special education and safety concerns. So typically with special education, we're looking at in the months of October, whether or not families have gotten their locations of services, or if they've requested for their child to be evaluated or reevaluated for their IEP, or if they feel like in the beginning of the school year, their IEP is not being accommodated, they're not receiving the services that are within their IEP. And then when we look at our safety concern, there's a rise in safety concerns in the spring when there's more peer-to-peer conflict. And then you'll see a rise in requests for safety transfers and parents asking for safety plans. For our numbers by grade level, you'll see a spike, in our numbers for third grade, fifth grade, and ninth grade. And those are some of the transitional years where kids are going through, different changes and maybe encountering issues with either the academics, so we have academic progress, or peer-to-peer conflict with safety or IEP as well. So for our casework trends, our highest trend was in special education. Again, that's 32% of our total casework. We received 75 cases involving IEP implementation. So that's parents who are, again, questioning the fidelity of the implementation of their child's IEP. There were 49 cases that came in due to the placement. So either in a least restrictive environment or a more restrictive environment, or a general education setting, or parents wondering whether or not they can change their location of services mid-school year. And 15 of our cases were related to transportation issues with Aussie Department of Transportation. So that can range anywhere between a child not being picked up, a child being dropped off at the wrong location, or incidents that are occurring to and from school on the bus. And when we looked at our safety cases, 28% of our total casework revolved around safety. 51 cases were reported as alleged bullying. So when a parent reaches out to our office, we'll ask them whether or not this bullying incident was referred to the school, because we do know that each school has a bullying POC, which should be conducting a bullying investigation. However, one of the efforts that our team made in this previous year is creating family-friendly guides to walk parents through the difference between bullying and conflict in alignment with how the district views and defines bullying, so that parents have a better idea of whether or not our office can facilitate perhaps a facilitated conversation, a mediation, a restorative conversation to try to minimize some of the conflict that's happening within the school building. There's also 20 of our cases that were referred to as in regards of alleged unnecessary student or teacher physical contact. So if there's a parent who reaches out to our office that is alleging that a staff member made inappropriate physical contact with their student, they can reach out to our office as well, and we will work with other personnel offices, for instance, DC Public Schools, Labor Management, and Employee Relations, to refer to them for a formal investigation. 15 of our cases were around fights that happen on school grounds that aren't affiliated with students being jumped. And then 14 of our cases were around students being jumped. And that's typically with neighborhood conflicts that happen outside of the neighborhood that is brought into the school.
I don't want to interrupt, but could you explain that real quick, the difference between the jumping and not jumping? Is it based on location? Is it based on, was it just an assault versus two people getting in a fight? Specifically distinguish between these two.
I'm gonna ask you just.
Sorry, I just was right up there, I was confused. I'm sorry, I apologize.
And then.
I'll come to it, I apologize.
And then our third highest trend is communication and engagement, and that's 19% of our total casework, where parents feel like they have either received improper communication, where they've reached out to the school for certain incident reports or questions about their child's attendance or disciplinary notifications, and they have received non-responsiveness from the school, or in some instances, the school didn't provide the best customer service to the parents. They'll reach out to our office to help facilitate communication with the school. And then 26 of our cases came through for lack of communication information, where parents may have gotten what they requested, but not the entire scope of what they requested. So as an example, the example that Dan used earlier, where a parent will receive an incident report, but it doesn't have robust information on what happened to their child while they were in school. So parents will reach out to our office for support with that as well. And I'll turn it back over to Kimberly. Thank you.
So beyond the numbers, we're just gonna go through our policy recommendations and then the foundation. How will work going ahead and, continue to focus on the priorities that we've set. So, I'll just say that every year we do these recommendations so that we're not just a repository for complaints. We can, be a partner in solutions. And as we look ahead, we remain thoughtful about collaboration, thoughtful and collaborative to meet students, families, and schools where they are, and build meaningful connections. Thank you. So, first recommendation, made is to increase collaboration for student safety. We're suggesting that the office of Deputy Mayor for Education lead a unified school safety coordination task force and emergency alert system. So families regularly report feeling uninformed or frustrated during emergencies, and that's due to delayed and unclear communication. Currently, the emergency communication across LEAs with agencies like MPD, DIA, WMATA, it's very fragmented and inconsistent. And those delays leave schools having very isolated responses. That can lead to just late and inconsistent notice. So a centralized school safety coordination task force will provide standardized, timely updates, enabling safer and faster school level decision making. Our next recommendation is to establish and enforce suspension notification requirements, and we believe that we should establish and enforce these standards for parents and guardian notification, and that it should apply for all DC public and public charter schools. So, despite the laws and policies on student discipline and communication, families frequently report inconsistent or missing suspension notifications, and LEAs they have the liberty to determine their own processes and that creates a wide variation for what's happening. Families are confused, and this is especially problematic for children or for families with children in multiple LEAs. So we think we see that missing and delayed suspensions can reduce student safety, limit the family's ability to appeal these decisions, and disrupt the schoolwork of the student. So standardized guidelines from OSCE would clarify the expectations and reduce variation. The guidance should include timing, the method of communication, the required details for documentation, and we believe that a uniform policy is especially critical for students with disabilities due to the way that the IDEA related timelines are impacted by the manifestation determination. The next recommendation is to standardize the incident reporting. OSCE should establish a standard incident reporting procedure for all DC public and public charter schools. So, incident reporting is actually not defined in the DC code. And so this came up earlier. There's just too much incomplete information, no incident report at all, or, you know, even when you're provided with something, it's just not clear what happened when. So some LEAs do report specific types of incidents, but then if another incident happens, a family is confused about why they're not getting a baseline information. So a uniform standard would clarify when and how incidents must be documented, ensure families receive complete and timely information, and make procedures consistent. That would be good for families, but also for staff that are transferring between LEAs. And lastly, we are recommending that there is an increase in school choice for students with disabilities. While school choice is theoretically available for all families, location of service decisions are often overridden based on availability, and we understand the thought process, but we believe that those final decisions that are made should be more inclusive. Families have reported feeling excluded from the LOS decisions, location of service for, just to clarify. And that leads to placements that contradict family preferences or do not align with students' needs and require long commute. So, we believe that integrating key components of the non-public placement process would strengthen the transparency, consistency, and family engagement so that students with full-time special education needs can have equitable access. So developing the additional practices honors family autonomy and still accounts for specialized needs of students. So looking ahead, we just wanted to remind folks that these are the pillars that drive the work that we're doing. Our priorities align with the highest trending issues that are consistently coming up. I would just flag the community and connected goal. We see that as a solution-based approach to all three of these pieces here. I just believe even Dan mentioned that there's a need for the closer knit community connection. To be able to take. So, you know, those there, I don't read all of them. Those are our priorities. That's the end.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I wanted to feel a question from colleagues, and I know that Eric has.
Well, I don't know if I should get, because I apologize for interrupting on this. I was just interested to see on the issue of jumping versus not jumping. You know, jumping to me, I know what being jumped is. Is that people in the community jumping kids? Is it referring to school? Like what changes that definition? Is it like whether something's an unprovoked assault versus two people getting in a fight? Like what is the, like how do you categorize that?
So first, it would have to happen either on the school or in safe passage in order for our office to count it as an incident, a school-based related incident. And it's typically around one group of students targeting another student or a smaller group of students. And it's typically planned, aggravated. The student that's being jumped typically does not know about it unless there's some, type of communication that's going on. But there's typically a power imbalance where there's multiple students targeting a smaller group of students or one singular student.
Okay. That's really helpful. That's what I was concerned about was I mean, for me, this is really helpful. I do agree that we've got to provide the clarity for students that are suspended. We want them to have, I mean, not just be sent home, and we want there to be an appeals process for these. I think there's got to be due process for any student that's being suspended or potentially expelled from school. So I agree with all of that. I just, what I would love to hear from you is, how do we address, I mean, bullying is the top issue that we heard. First report, now the second. How do we address the issue where a student who's a victim of this, whether it be jumping, whether it be bullying, just doesn't get relief? Like, when do we draw the line with students who won't stop doing this? And what has your experience been with repeated incidents that even after you intervene, don't stop?
I think that it's hard because there's an effort to have a holistic approach and a thoughtful approach. So I don't think there's a fresh way to answer how we deal with those situations. They'll be addressed on a like the tenacity or the seriousness of an incident. But one thing that we do push for is just to make sure that they are actually getting the responses. Sometimes in cases, there's not a clear the principal isn't. And throw folks under the bus, but basically, we just want to make sure that where that is a case where there's something that's happening with the student again and again and again, that there is actually a response from the.
I guess my concern in all of these efforts, we want to treat children as children, I understand that, but. The complaints I get about the bullying is that it just, in the most severe cases, just does not stop. And there's nothing that people feel empowered to do about it. And then eventually the kid maybe gets a transfer, maybe they don't, but. I feel we have to change our thinking on this to actually have consequences. And hold youth accountable, who will not stop after multiple warnings, after multiple parent meetings. And, enough with everything else, like you can't go terrorize your peers at school and keep getting away with it. And you get expelled. I mean, that's what you need to be done. You need to be expelled if you won't stop. And I feel that's missing, and that needs to be added back, and we need to make some changes. Because once that accountability is established, I think behavior will adjust to meet the standard. But I look forward to working with you guys. I really do appreciate the report.
And as we work together, just going back to what Dr. Colson mentioned earlier around a separate issue, but parent accountability is also very extremely necessary. As Kimberly mentioned earlier, it is case by case. And unfortunately, some of the behaviors are learned behaviors, and some of these behaviors are supported by parents. So it does require a holistic approach, and it does require parents and schools to be held accountable for some of the behaviors that are happening with these students in the building.
Totally agree.
Yes, ma'am, and then go to Representative Henderson. Go right ahead.
When we had, when we first received the crime insurgents, if you will, crime enforcement, a few months ago, that insurgents was predicated on a problem that I think is accurate. Now, what came of that was a bunch of lies and maybe false depictions. But in terms of our student behavior or our young people's behavior being out of control, I think that that is accurate. And I just want to say that because that goes back to parent accountability. And so I say that to say that's not just a school thing. Like we have a city problem. And we really need to address that, and we need to address that before it becomes a larger issue. I do have I have two wonderings and maybe a question. My first wondering is, for case topics, you all mentioned attendance. Can you speak to that? What type of support is needed around attendance?
Well, if students are not showing up or they are reaching out to a family might call in if they are getting pushback from their school and they're trying to get their student to go to school, and sometimes they're having supports to get students to be let back in if they've been disciplined. And it's in those cases it can be related to the communication gap. Knowing, so knowing like when they're allowed to go back, and so that can be an attendance issue.
So what I'm hearing is going back to the proper notification of suspensions, and the parents are not receiving that, so there's a lack of clarity on when the student can come back, and maybe the student is showing up and staff and administration is saying, no, you can't come to school.
Yes, but it is a category that does range.
So that's more of a disciplinary case. For attendance, sometimes families don't have the understanding of the attendance policy and understanding the difference between in-seat attendance and the child actually just being in the school building.
Okay.
I think if anyone's working in the school building, there are times where children will roam the hall. And if they're not in their seat, they won't pass their class.
Mhm.
You know, if they're not, if they miss a certain amount of in-seat attendance.
FA.
And so families will reach out to our office and say, well, why is my child not in this class? They're in school, I dropped them off at school, I saw them on the school building. So it's also helping parents understand the attendance policy, and then also helping them understand how they will clarify with the school attendance POC, the difference between an unexcused absence and an excused absence, and understanding like what is excused and what is not excused, and when they need to provide a note and how they provide a note. There are some parents who will say, well, I told the attendance clerk when I dropped my child off that, you know, they were absent yesterday because we went to the doctor's office, but they didn't provide a doctor's note or a handwritten note or email.
Got it. I understand. Thank you. And then one more wondering, on page or slide 11, God bless you, when you all break down the number by grade levels, I'm curious about gender. Did you all break that down by gender as well?
That isn't directly detailed within the report, but we do have that information and can send that.
Okay, because I'm wondering, and let me know if you will, if I'm correct, I'm wondering when we get to 9th grade, if this uptick is with females. That's just other data that aligns with this says that it is, so I'm just wondering if that's correct.
We can definitely get you that
Okay.
information.
Thank you. Let's see.
Okay, Representative Henderson.
Thank you. I apologize for still not understanding this, but the cases that you are presenting here are entirely distinct from the cases that OSA reports. Is that correct?
Yes, and
So
often,
it just depends on like which door families are going through.
well, we have a different level of support. So there may be some times where they have referred cases to us because it's more in-depth. It requires, you know, more communications with the school.
Yeah, so I'm wondering about the cross referral, especially around special education. Like, does OSA refer sped cases to the sped hub, for example?
Occasionally, that is not the bulk of cases for either of us, but we have had great partnership with OSA and their team in sharing information and resources back and forth for our families, because we are, at the end of the day, all a team.
But so those cases that are cross referred are not showing up twice. They're showing up once across these two presentations.
The actual case shouldn't be shown up twice, but sometimes if we track contact. So it may be a contact from involved, you know, even outside of our office, but yeah.
Okay.
We also do track when we receive a referral, where that's coming from. So we also do have a specific number of cases we can cite going, okay, these are the ones that came from OSA versus these are the ones that came from elsewhere.
And it's just based on match of need and resources available.
And you're right about the door of, you know, sometimes it is which phone number a parent chose to call first. And then it gets routed to wherever it sits best.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Colvin.
I have a follow-up question. You all just talked about attendance. Help me with something. You all know DC attendance policy pretty well. Okay, great. So we're working on high school requirements. If a student goes to class, let's say the class is 90 minutes. If the student goes to class after the class has been in session, let's say 70 minutes, they are still marked present, correct?
I know that as long as they're in the seat for 60%, they are marked present.
Okay, and then after they go to class tardy, those tardies do not convert to absences.
They do not.
Correct. Okay, my concern is that students, like you just said, can roam the hall. They can go to class for the last 10, 15 minutes of class while the other students have been there the whole time. And those tardiness don't convert to absence. So then that goes back to our issue of proficiency, because you've missed a lot of class. And then when we look at the grading policy as well, students still have the right to turn in late work. Correct me if I'm wrong, teacher. So even up until the last week before grades are due, they can turn in a boatload of work and still get grades for it. And so what you're saying is that the parents can come to you all and advocate against that?
It's my understanding that parents, or students, well, not parents or students, it's my understanding that students are not allowed to make up work if their absence is unexcused. They can only make up work if it's an excused absence. So if they were out for a medical reason or one of the reasons that is listed in the attendance policy, then they can make up work. If they were arbitrarily out, they shouldn't be making up work.
I'll look at the policy. I'm not sure if that's correct. But then we also go to, if they miss class for attendance issues, they can FA out, right? That's what we say, failure for attendance. But then correct me, teacher, then you still have credit recovery, right?
You do.
You do. So I think what I'm thinking about is as we work, and thank you just for answering those questions because it's a bigger picture for me. As we work on graduation requirements, we want to make sure that our students are getting what's necessary and that they're proficient in that. But then the attendance policy has loopholes that says, okay, you don't have to go to class most of the class. You can still go in there and be counted present, or you can still miss most of your work and turn it in. And then you can still graduate and get the same graduation diploma that somebody else who have been to class all the time and doing their work. It's not really a question. I'm just thinking through all of this as I have the team here and you all here as well. Okay.
I do remember some cases though where it was, we had to gently let the parent know that it was too late to be accepted and they couldn't correct that's their uptick in May around a lot of those types of.
Yeah,
cases.
graduation time, right?
So it's not
Yeah.
always the case that just because they wanted to pull the work together, it has to be accepted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Students also have a certain amount of days to provide the school with a note in order for the absence to be excused.
De facto and de jure. What the policy really is and what really happens, there's a difference, there's a disconnect.
So, and that's an integrity issue.
Mhm.
If you run into those issues, reach out to us so that we can hold the schools accountable to upholding the policy.
And we have to make sure that the policies don't have loopholes.
For sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Crossen. Representative Thompson.
I have a comment and then a question. My comment is, to the part of the question about is their job to advocate for the student? The answer is not always.
Okay.
So the ombudsman is not an advocate. The ombudsman is supposed to make sure folks understand the policy and are following the policy. So, in an example around attendance where the parent is absolutely wrong and the student is absolutely wrong, then they would say, hey, look, there's no wiggle room for you here, right? Like that doesn't negate the de facto versus de jure issues with the larger policy, but I do want to be clear that their role is actually not to take sides.
Right.
And they should, if that should be clear, it's no question. Here's my question. My question is with regards to the four recommendations you all have. The ones around reporting incidents and reporting school discipline and standardizing that. Are there policy changes that are necessary given all LEAs don't actually follow the same attendance policies in particular and I would hope, we would have some standards around safety issues, but like, could you just give some color to what that would what it will require and if there are any challenges in requiring that of schools, given their alignment isn't always there?
Well, we try to direct our recommendations towards the folks that actually do have that oversight role and could make the policy. And we would be willing to brainstorm and work with them on those next steps for bringing it into fruition. So with the incident reporting, I'll see technically has the right to make that a requirement. Of course, there would probably be some pushback because schools like to have that flexibility, but we have outlined why that flexibility doesn't work in students' favor. It doesn't help to the point being made achievement. And so we have to get some baselines in order. But this will possibly, but you know, we did have conversations with DME about, to give them a heads up about this. So there are things that could be in the realm of possibility. And we would just have to work through some of those details.
Others? Well, I have a question. You guys found that suspicion. And first of all, you want to talk about as well expulsion. And just kind of walking through. As a representative, I get a lot of questions. And just the expulsion process, I get a lot of questions. And you walk me through what you actually do about expulsions. You see a lot, you know, where do you play in that area?
So our recommendations really align with the issues that we're confronted with at the most. I personally have not had a case dealing with an expulsion. But again, we are an office that follows the current policy and what's required. And we go through with families the options, did they follow X, Y, and Z? We talked about the appeal process earlier. That's why notifications are so important, and that's why we put that forward, because it's hard to go forward with it integrity if they're not getting the proper baseline. That's correct.
So if family has a child that is expelled, and they feel like we didn't follow the process that's directed by, you know, these regulations. What is their recourse? Did you guys then turn them over to another group?
So typically expulsion cases that come through our office are from public charter school students. And so we would work with Teresa Camp at the DC Public Charter School Board or the board members of that public charter school, just to make sure that the parent did receive the proper notification and the notices to appeal. In those cases, the parent did follow the appeal process, but the expulsion was not overturned. So in those cases, we would just refer them to Teresa Camp, and unfortunately, there's not follow-up for us to see what the outcome is after we refer them out. Yeah. From DC Public Schools, I haven't seen any expulsions out because of the Design Free Act. It's harder to expel kids from DC Public Schools. It's more so parents trying to appeal the long-term suspension or appealing an involuntary transfer. And so then again, it's making sure that the parent has proper notification, they follow the appeals process, and it depends on whether or not it was overturned. But that is a due process, as you are aware, it's a due process, so it's overseen by a judge, and it's not made at school level. So it's impartial.
Yeah, once it turns into that different category of legality, it's out of our hands.
Were there other questions?
We did have some testimony at, I think it's either at the last board meeting or the one before that, about the involuntary transfers, not necessarily giving the youth due process, because there was like a clause where they could be transferred out for like some sort of safety exception, and then they didn't get due process. Have you had any instances of that occurring? The student who's being alleged to have bullied or assaulted somebody and being involuntarily moved to another school, has that ever come up?
Ever come up?
Or it didn't come up frequently, where there was a legitimate, because this was raised in our last and previous, where they said it will occur where students aren't given due process and they're using the involuntary transfer process to basically send them out without proper notice. I'm paraphrasing, it was similar. You assume it. I think just one last thing and then I'll stop dwelling on this, but. Like, you get a lot of complaints, you have 51 of your cases are due to bullying. How many of those reached an end goal, like where the student felt safe at their school and the bullying would stop? Like a rough percent, like, or how many weren't resolved, like how many did? We just agree that there was nothing that could be done with the current rubric.
That's a little tricky. We don't always know the final, there, I mean, there could be a safety plan established in some cases, where people are avoiding each other. But resolution to the degree where, they feel like the bullying has been absolutely stopped, I think our cases don't always follow to that level. We provide the level of supports that are requested and they can kind of range. So we would have to look back at the case details for a percentage, but.
Well, if we get the percentage, do you feel like parents are genuinely satisfied by and large with the response that they feel like a student who reports bullying receives a resolution where they can then feel safe at school afterwards? Like just.
Not always.
Not always, okay. Okay.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. I want to thank you guys again.
Thank you.
First of all, Kate, and for the question for. At this particular time, I'm going to we are at a break. I'm gonna give a very quick break because I want to get late and we still have a lot in front of us. But we are now on break. It is 7:43. We will come back in 5 minutes, so it will be 7:48. Thank you.
No, fifth grade size.
Small. Okay. I'm fine with that. They know, my schools know. I tell every single one of them.
Are you ready, Jen? Before I start jumping in with.
It was like fighting words a little bit, like, sure.
All right, I'll sit. The next item on our agenda is to debrief the November public meeting, panel. Which was on the topic of advanced CTE and DC schools. This is our time to debrief, discuss, and decide on any concrete next steps. Members, you have in your material summary of documents with key highlights from the panel. Are there any action steps we want to take as a board based on the panel discussion?
It's a good question. I'm not saying anything because I don't think there's necessarily action steps we should take, but in this process, my thoughts, like the pamphlet that they gave us to show the scale of the programs, I found to be very helpful. And it seems that there's similar providers in these schools. I'm wondering how we can still expand offerings, and I don't know what we can do with that, because I know there's demands. And that sometimes there's still the challenge, like when I asked Mr. Stearns around, how do you make sure people know about the offerings? And he said like, going to kind of EdFest and putting it on my screen, you see, like, that's all good, but I also think we need other ways of making sure families know outside of just that. So my two thoughts are like, if we were to do something, how do we promote like kind of public awareness with what's available? And then two, it seems that they're starting to allow students to do a program that's not at their school, but it's rare. So in that case, like families do need to know ahead of time and they make their choice, whether that exists. And I also did anyone get a clear sense of what program offerings exist in charter schools too?
That was gonna be my big concern. I don't even know, there was nothing that said what CTE program this starters.
Yeah.
If any, all the ones we heard about were DCPS based programs, which is great, but if half of the student populations don't even go to DCPS.
Right.
Is that, I mean, that, it can't serve the whole need, the whole population, the same thing.
Yeah.
So there are CPE programs on charters, also the ATC is open to charters. Like for example, I have IDEA PCS, in Ward 7. Which has several different CPE pathways, including things like carpentry. And what folks can get beautician's licenses, a myriad of other things. We did not have anyone on the panel that could speak to that based on what I saw represented there that evening. It was very much DCPS. As far as follow-up items, one of the things that I talked to Abe and Glenn about was the middle school fair that DCPS does. And asked him, since it is coming up, I believe it's December 16th. This, I guess we'll be in our committee report as well, but if it was possible to allow members to attend the DCPS fair, given they are putting all their CCD programming for high school in one room. And we are currently trying to get a good feel for what is offered across the city. And so Aid is supposed to send that information so we can share it with the members as one follow-up item next step. Even with the panel, which I thought was helpful, and as much as I love Principal Nancy, I do think it is, and this is panels, but it was a very small slice of what is offered with CTE. I think some of the things that we should be asking ourselves are things like what came up at the council breakfast, which is as we are doing work that is both present and future oriented, what do we have to do to make sure that more traditional things that are like trades are included and students are prepared for, and how are we balancing that for the future of work? And that is not a question we can't answer yet. It's work that has to be done. So, that is one concrete step is members, please look out, for, I see one of the staff is texting me, I would note, this is during the day. It is not during our engagement session. We also do have engagement sessions where we will hear from the public. It is not during our high school. Thank you, thank you. Where is she?
Oh,
Haley.
She's on the phone.
Yeah, so, December 16th, if members have time during the school day, they will send us the details. You all are welcome to attend. I know it'll be a learning experience for me. And two, we have talked about as a committee starting to do some visits to high schools. I know Coolidge has said that they would like to host us. In addition, IDEA, will reach out to IDEA, so we can start to get a flavor. If folks have recommendations, we would love them. And similar to what we did with having a specific session on special education as the task force, we are planning to do that for the other things that come up that need a little bit more meaty engagement, so we can get a solid sense of what is proposed and what is currently available in the landscape. Not so much that folks have to, our goal is not to sell the proposal. Our goal is not to make a decision in those conversations, but is to make sure that we have the information so we can both inform the public and as we get their feedback, begin to make recommendations back. So those are some next steps and context to how it dovetails with the committee and task force work.
It's a question to the board. Are we able to have a roundtable with different charter folks to gain insight into what they're doing, so that way we can hear what's happening in regards to CTE? I don't know, maybe we could invite them maybe to a working session and they can let us know. I know they were here. I know the PCSB was here. That was last month, right? Don't judge. Thank you. So, and so we told them we hope they would come back. And so maybe this is a way to have them come back and maybe to invite, they can pick out a school who's maybe has amazing pathways and is doing it well and invite them to maybe to come and present to the board. I was just trying to think of a solution to answer that glaring concern that was brought up.
I mean, yeah, I like the attempt at collaboration and learning. I would tweak that a little bit to kind of start with what's already kind of going on in the committee and have someone from either PCSB or the Charter School Alliance like come to the committee if the committee's open to that. Or just some other form of just communication to kind of get a sense of what's out there.
I'm gonna rebuttal back to you because I was for the full board, not just the committee, but the full board, because this panel presented in front of the full board. So I was hoping to give the same opportunity for them to come back before the full board to be able just to share out. That's the only reason why I wasn't thinking. I thought about committee at first, but then I was like, well, wait a second, that's not all the members. And just wanted to give everybody the opportunity to hear.
Well, I wanna, maybe it's helpful to, what do you call, give more context. So when I said that we will have another session as the task force, similar to special ed, we would invite folks to have the conversation, right? Like we would have a conversation about, hey, what else do we need to know? Who can have those voices? I will remind folks that the task force meetings are public and they are also recorded and they are on the same, they have the same amount of access that a working session would have, and members of the board can attend. One of the things that I think is actually really important is to have spaces where we can have a conversation. And one of the limitations of our panels in particular, our expert panels during the public meeting, is it's not really a conversation. And so while yes, we could have and we should have had more charter representation on that panel. I do want to make sure that the next step is one where it's accessible to everyone, but also be mindful of like what we have to do in our working sessions and get the feedback from the task force as well. Like, I think that conversation is important, and some of the folks on the task force are also have that expertise. And so I'm not thinking it of like lesser than or greater than, but like what conversations help us move forward the work.
Other discussion?
But that is, I'm just noting that that is scheduled, like that is one of the next, like that's part of our work plan.
Other thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just say that, like, all of this should inform our thinking about the graduation requirements, and what we have now is a proposal that includes a CTE endorsement, which is not the same as a CTE pathway, which we had discussed before. And to me, that alleviates some of the concern that some have voiced about not preparing students too narrowly for one specific career. I mean, if we do it the endorsement way, we're ensuring that students also have to meet all the other graduation requirements, which, you know, we are hoping is preparing students for a wide variety of futures, to have the critical thinking, the adaptability, all the skills that we want them to have, and not just, you know, a specific trade that may not, you know, exist in 5 years. So, you know, I'm not trying to push anybody one way or the other, but I think we should consider that as we consider the requirements.
So what's the next action?
But again,
So what's the next action? What's the action that we're doing?
I think what I'm hearing is that this can't come up as far as the graduation requirement task force, as opposed to having roundtable specifically for charters or that type of a meeting specifically out for them, if that's what I'm hearing. Am I correct?
Yes, I'm saying that the task force itself identified 3 things that they just want to do deeper dives on. One, was practical studies diploma. 2, was the fact that folks, had a lot of questions around the, capstone project. 3, was CTE.
Okay.
And so given those 3 things, we already have, in response to that request, we already have it slated that we will do a deeper dive. And part of that dive should absolutely include, and I know I raised in our committee as several times that like IDEA was one of the schools that are doing this well. We will also put out a request similar to what we did with the special education conversation and say, who do folks recommend? So I'm noting that the bid will exist.
Okay.
And it's been scheduled. And I'm asking, does that fit our need? And noting that we would also be soliciting feedback. And so it's not like those people have been decided.
Right.
We have some recommendations. But also one of the benefits is it educates and engages the task force because there's a more robust conversation, and we have folks who are on the task force who have that different expertise. As opposed to like, if it's just in the working session, we don't get the same questions from some of the task force members, like folks on the WIC, or like folks who represent employers across that we might not think of. And so it is in my opinion, it allows both what we're trying to accomplish with the charter representation and the conversation, and a more robust set of engagement for us as members, and from people who have different perspectives that we might not naturally consider.
And so what I'll say is, I agree. first and foremost, that there is the vehicle and the audience, to do this in the past. I'm still always concerned about the equity, but I'm sure that if you guys put that group together to have those discussions, there will be the equity there. I'll bring up another issue toward the end of the other meeting as far as I look at the task force and making sure that we have charter representation from a high school perspective, but as far as a true leader. I do want to talk about that, but I'll talk about that later.
When you say equity, could you be more specific in what you mean as regards to equity?
What I'll say is I believe and correct me if I'm wrong, in the formulation of the task force, we made sure that there was, DCPS, good representation from DCPS. I don't feel that we have the same type of, level of, our numbers from the charter sector that can weigh in on the graduation requirements on the task force, is what I'm saying.
Wait a minute, so, and we're happy to have this discussion later specifically about the task force and what the representation of the task force is. Because I do think we have some, confusion, about who is on the task force and why they're on the task force. In addition to because there's both a mix of people who are there for their perspective and experience, and then there are people there who are there because of their current jobs. And I think we're conflating the two.
Okay.
And saying because someone doesn't have a current title, then they don't have other relevant experience. We actually pick some people because they wear multiple hats. But we can have that conversation later. If there are, and I would note that the engagement as far as feedback is also not limited to the task force. And we have offered, if there are any groups who want to be engaged specifically, to come out and engage those groups. We have also charged folks who are task force members to engage their own groups. So for example, if there is, and I know there is, a charter leader on the task force who does have high school experience, then one of the things we have asked folks to do is say, other people who also share your expertise, we will come and talk to them directly. And so I do think we should have a discussion about what's available so all members know. That way we are able to be proactive and be good messengers, and that people can also express that to their own community. So for example, if Representative Williams said, hey, the Ward 1 Education Council wants to have, or ANC 1A wants to have a conversation about high school graduation requirements, he can say, hey, Ebony Rose, Robert, do we need to get some microphones? What do we need to do? And we will come out and present and engage those constituents. And so I want to be really clear about seats on the task force and all the vehicles we are employing for engagement, including of surveys and other things. Because I think it's important not just for the public to understand or just the charter sector to understand, but so we can reach as many people as possible and get good feedback.
We can have further discussions, or I want to make sure that we do stay on topic with the CTE and panel discussion, but we can engage on this subject that we expanded. So were there any other conversations or comments on our expert panel on CTE?
Great job, again.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so now, thank you for that discussion. As a reminder, the DC Public, the December Public Meeting panel will focus on building policies for AI in schools. I get to look at my good friend Brandon, colleague Brandon Bassett, and I know this is a subject that long time coming, sir. But I look forward to having people that the team is putting together. I will say there are some great people that have suggestions. I'm looking forward to this kind of hearing. We do have some people that are doing some excellent work. in AI, in the District of Columbia. There may be other areas that they're doing well, but we actually do have some great people doing some great things and advancing things around policies and how this being implementation and what that means for school. We have some really good people in it. So,
Is it,
go right ahead.
is it possible to, extend an invitation, for like Ossie to stick around for that? Or, DME or anybody else to come through?
The superintendent mentioned for the last 4 months, the state.
Stay around that, yeah, I've seen that. But I just mean, just like, just to send an invitation.
What I can do is, and I appreciate that because the information is gonna be so rich. And I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I will personally say, if your schedule allows, can you stay and watch this panel, this particular panel? And listen to some of the questions, as you do all these things that we're doing, I'll see. Okay, so yes. Thank you for that. We will now move to our public meeting panel discussion. At last month's working session, we voted to postpone deciding on a topic for January. So we will now start with ideas for January, okay? We do not have any suggestions in the tracker. So are there suggestions from members that I can start writing down for January? Then? And I'm gonna go to our director at some point because, she has all these great ideas and even though she's not a member, I love to hear from her. So I'm gonna ask members first, and then if not, I'm gonna go to our director. I don't see hands, so director? I'm sorry, did you have hands up?
I'm sure I have things, but go ahead, Bernie.
Okay.
Now, I was gonna suggest, that you want to do a panel on community schools. In January, it did come up last month as a potential topic. But also just noting the responses around community schools in the FY 27 budget priority form. That would be a good time to have it down in January before the budget goes to council. So if it does go to council, that gives you all some time to develop your thoughts and feelings and perspectives. Is one of the hard things we're having a hard time doing right now in terms of writing the testimony, that the board has no resolution or stated thoughts on community schools in a resolution form, so it may be very difficult. So I think this would be a good time to leverage that, so that as budget testimony time comes around, I'm gonna advocate more so for the things you are already asking for. It may be helpful to have had a panel, go for a resolution to think through it.
I like how you combine just the suggestion and the discussion all in one, right?
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I'm gonna do that. Yes, for a suggestion.
But yeah, as a suggestion, sister, thank you so much. Are there other suggestions, Representative Thompson? I did, if I bypassed you, I apologize, was there a suggestion from you?
No, I mean, I do think, we'll talk about community schools. One of the things that we raised, was hearing from recent grads in particular at a panel. And them being able to look back and talk about how they were prepared and if, and things they would recommend, changes, like recent student voice, whether they be college students, students in apprenticeships, students going directly to DC government or federal government, many pathways, but that might actually be something helpful to us to consider as we think through graduation requirements.
And your suggestion to add the January topic?
I'm putting it, I know we normally do January or February, I'm putting it on this for discussion.
Thank you. All right, were there others?
This is just January.
Yeah.
I'll wait for February.
Okay, so we have two that have been put on the list. I believe our director has already stated during her presentation discussion on that. I don't know if you have anything else to add. Yeah.
No, it's up to you all, it's your decision.
So the volunteer for you.
Well, whichever way that makes most sense to you all.
Were there any other comments about community schools that want to be in the discussion?
Are we discussing the
Panel.
panels now?
Huh?
Are we discussing the panels now?
We're discussing that particular one, maybe schools, if anybody wants to just chime in on that, then we'll talk about the one that you presented as well, and then we'll go on.
I mean, I don't know if this fits here. Jen did, reach out to me, because I was not at the last working session, due to, bereavement, but as the person who sits in the community school advisory committee, we as a board do not have work on community schools. My job on the community schools advisory committee, is essentially to, do a couple things. One is we talk about advocacy, for the year with regard to budget, and two, we might hear, report outs as far as implementation. Three, if there are changes, to grants or metrics, then we deal with that. But there is nothing that the board has outside of, resolutions that might include budget asks that I'm familiar, with, that states like anything about community schools. And so I shared with Jen, I told Jen, I will, share, the testimony I'm providing. But I don't, and there might be members who agree with me, but I personally did not feel that I was comfortable just assuming that my opinion is the opinion of the board. We do not have an opinion as a board. I think, so I just, want to note that and kind of give some color. I will also note though, that the upcoming hearing on December 9th is not only about community schools. It actually does cover some things that, we probably should have opinions on, like, Accelerate DC, which is RC school, and then the school improvement framework. That actually might be, and we can suggest, that we see community schools that we can discuss if that's part of a solution, but, if there is still a desire to testify at that hearing, I guess, I don't know if we'll discuss that later, but, there are other things that the board might have an opinion on. I did not feel comfortable as a single member saying my opinion is the board.
Thank you, Thompson. Were there some other comments that come around community schools specifically? I will say, I will add that, I did get to attend a meeting where the topic was raised. That had all of our community friends, in it, Scott Goldstein and other individuals that talk about community schools. I know this is a very relevant topic right now, in this period. So I'm looking forward to, as we take this vote, trying to prioritize community schools as a January, topic. So, but before we take that vote, we want to hear from Representative Thompson on the, recent grads and discussion that a possible, panel.
Yeah, I mean, so I believe there are 5 panels, that are proposed, that touch the high school graduation requirement work. We have done 3 of them, maybe. We've done 4. We've done, CTE, we've done SPED, we've done, the one with, like across, like we had the, like, so I think the employers, we did, we do not have to do it in January, but one perspective I heavily think we should consider is recent graduates. Because they are very familiar with our current graduation requirements, and how that did or did not prepare them, for the future, that they are hoping to pursue. Which in addition would also probably give us some insight into, challenges, opportunities, that we should be raising about, not just the requirements themselves and what we would like to see, but also access points, which I think is particularly important, because hearing how folks got on the pathway, what folks, planned for themselves, all the different things, is also, something, that we should be paying attention to with regards to equity when it specifically around things like tracking, and program access. And so it is not urgent, but it is important. Those are different things. So it is something that I do believe should be done before we come to a vote. I'm anticipating likely in May, we should have a vote based on what Oxy has shared so far. And we should do it soon enough that we can interrogate and come up with solutions. Which again, doesn't have to be January, but it is something I want us to keep in mind as far as our workflow and how we propose recommendations. And ask Oxy to make adjustments.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. And listening to you said it's very important. It's not urgent, but it's an important issue that we need to bring up. And I want to, ordinary, maneuvering, so to speak, if that's okay with you, is it possible that we can vote on community schools for January, and as we bring up February, when we get to that particular topic, bring that one up to February, we'll be amenable to that.
I mean, I think it's a question for the larger board. I don't know what's proposed for February. I'm just noting that one thing we should consider in the timing, because I know other things also will have timing, is like this is not, I know the difference between important and urgent, right? And so I would just note that we should do it in enough time where we can actually consider what those folks have to say. So I would be amenable that it not be January, but I don't know what else is being proposed. So if you maybe want to ask about February, and then we can kind of have the vote as a whole. But I understand that I am part of a board.
Right. And I appreciate the commentary.
She just said what I was gonna say was that if anybody has topics from February, if we could just get those out, because I like the game plan that you articulated of doing one in January, one in February. So if there's anything else from February that anybody wants to put out there, I mean, I think we talk about it now. And then if not, I mean, I think we've got an easy solution, so let's be that.
I think I've started down the pathway where we're playing the 2 months and everything like that.
That's good.
And taking one by
That's a
one.
good plan.
But I am open to that discussion, so that we can, resolve this particular one. So let me ask a question. I know we haven't voted on January, I look at see the vote on January to February. But are there other things that could be possibly as a subject matter for February?
I have an idea, but I think I need to finish fleshing it out, I think, before I present it to the board.
Thank you, Representative Johnson Law. Anyone else? All right. I appreciate the discussion. So what I am going to be proposing is basically, after hearing discussion, that we vote on community schools being a topic for the month of January. And I believe. Okay. All in favor of having community schools as a topic is for January, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays, abstentions. So our topic for January will be community schools. Okay, and we've had some discussion on February as well. What was requested and no other requests came in discussions was on recent grads for February. I'm going to ask that we adopt recent grads as the subject for February. All in favor?
Aye.
What she just, yeah, she just talked about, yeah. Should we redo
I
it?
thought I wrote it down. What purpose? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays, abstentions? So we have both our January and our February expert panels. So thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda is our committee reports. I will call on each committee in alphabetical order, and each chair or co-chair will share our, answer any questions from the members. I'm sorry, y'all, my glasses. I'm missing this evening. So we're gonna start with, administrative, and I'm gonna become the vice president. Williams.
Thank you. So yes, you all have the report in front of you. There's a short meeting agenda. But in terms of each agency, the main topic that we talked about overall before getting into the agencies was the budget, which we met about yesterday. Looking at that, we had some concerns. And as we know, we voted to pass and approve the budget, but also to send along our concerns. So I think that's something that we need to talk about as to how that looks and what particular points we want to raise in that letter. There are some particular office updates with the OMB hiring for 5 positions, 4 offers have been made. The final position will be an appointment. And then with our office in particular, there was an office construction update that was stalled due to a holdup at DGS. And we have received an extension in our school space until March 2026, so that's being pushed back a couple months. Other than that, the OSA has a couple events coming up, so please look at those dates there. And then I'll kind of open it up for discussion on how we move forward with regards to the letter.
Yeah, and I was one of the ones who advocated for the letter. What I would recommend at this point, it sounds like there's been some productive steps in this, kind of work through this with the executive side, and that budget's still kind of in flux, so. Yeah, I would, I mean, this is just an idea, but I think we should wait on sending a formal letter until we find out how those discussions have gone, and because I wouldn't want to do something that would then, potentially put at risk a collaborative solution. So, but I would like to kind of turn to our executive director, not now, but as those discussions, go out with your recommendation, if you feel like the pathway to solving this, has kind of disappeared, then I would like to send a letter at that time, but not do so now, because I think there's constructive discussions that are being had, and they know our position on this issue. So that's my take on it, but I'm interested to hear what everybody others think.
Well, actually, so everyone else doesn't know, I share with you.
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to.
No, so we had a question about some of our form. That we've already started to work on. So we sent it over to Jason Kim and the analyst and the budget office. And we just shared, I just wanted to, you don't have to surprise people. Zach, so by the way, the board voted to like us to move forward with this, but there was some really big concerns about the IT assessment from Octo. And that, if there was anything that he could look at or see or do. Cause I think he's the second person after Jim in the budget office. And his response was, I can check Octo's look more into the request, because I sent him the email. Like I just attached the email, where she's like, no, it cannot be changed. So he's gonna circle back with them. To see more in the request, and he thanked me for flagging it, because they didn't realize that. Cause they're not, again, we discussed with Octo, we're not discussing with the budget office, it's like 3 people. And that particular, the IT people aren't necessarily following up with the budget office, because they're doing the work with all of the agencies. But that may or may not give something, but if it does, I will continue to let it up. You won't know, but that was just a development from earlier this afternoon. About 2 o'clock.
Well, what I'll say is that, first of all, I appreciate you digging into this and doing what you're doing. So even though we just had the meeting where we voted on this, and it's not been letter, we just talked about that. I appreciate the work that you're doing to make sure that if there's some way that we can resolve that without them, we'll have to. So we can keep abreast of how it goes, if we do need to send a letter, but I appreciate, you raising it, so that we would have that context, and I didn't have that context. And I was really adamant about making sure that they did not give us a budget that had incorrect numbers or charges to us, because we're a small agency and every dollar counts. Just period, every dollar counts. And so I appreciate you raising that. So thank you.
But I don't, listen. I don't know what the response from October is going to be, I mean, we will see, but I'm, in my mind, I think what should still be.
Great.
Right.
Yeah, stay ready, so you gotta get ready, kind of thing. Because we have, they will be reviewing they have a BRT meeting on Tuesday. So whether or not they get options to change by Tuesday, who knows?
Can I ask?
Go right ahead.
To our executive director, do you think it would be helpful strategically to have a letter from the board, to move this through the BRT level, or would it be counterproductive? Because I don't know how the discussions have gone. I mean, it sounded like there's been.
Well, I mean, every time that,
Positive
every
development.
BRT that I've been to has been one smooth, we just haven't had any issues with our requests or anything there, because we put forth responsible things. And we've always met their mark, like we haven't had a problem doing that. But this is the first time where we haven't seen any movement on the like fixed costs that we don't control. And so it had us to do some things that, like, we cut out our fellows hours. So for 2027, all of our fellows are reduced. And they're like a part of our workforce for the office. But that was the lever that we had to pull to make sure we could accommodate the things. And so in the BRT, I think it is helpful to know that, like, one, we're gonna tell them, I mean, it is a very honest meeting with people that we work with every year after year, so they know us, they know me and Dan. This would be Kimberly's second year there, so these are people who are familiar with us, who know we don't come in there and like blow smoke, you know? And so when we come in, we report, we ask for reasonable things, and we are good stewards of the public dollar. And so if we have a concern, and if we're getting pushback from someone, I think it doesn't help to have extra support around an issue, just to really just show that we're not just saying, oh, because it's a tight budget, you're like, this isn't fair. So it can't be changed. I think it's
inaccurate.
I think it's just, it's not like, oh, we're trying to get more money than what or like trying to pay less than what we need to pay.
Don't want to be overcharged for licenses that relevant to us.
Exactly.
So, but if you could just inform us, like, either now or as this unfolds, when you think the timing might be right, if necessary to send a letter, I would love to turn that around in days, like, if we could just have that up and then people approve. I don't know that we need to formally vote on that, would we at a meeting?
You all have voted on letters via email, and
Okay.
that has sufficed in the past.
Okay, because that would give you the ability to, if you feel one's needed, to be able to turn it around fast, because I think we may need to move quickly. But I also don't want to do anything that would disrupt.
Because it's just, they'll come back, they're dealing with a lot of agencies. So by the time he may look into it, it may be Thursday or Friday morning when he gets back. But we'll be prepared.
Because I would love to get the fellows' money back, because that's a real big hit, because they do great work for us, so if there's a way you can get that back, and we can be helpful. I want to do it.
Thank you for the discussion. Thank you, Vice President, for running those meetings, getting us through it. It made for an easy special meeting yesterday because of the conduct of the meeting stuff. So thank you. So, college careers and life readiness. I'm the Representative Henderson and Representative Thompson.
Representative Henderson said this in
Okay, Representative Thompson.
All right, so, we had a meeting on Monday, November 24th. A few things. So we started that meeting with a debrief around the second high school graduation requirements task force meeting. We were hopeful that this meeting would help folks have a better understanding of what is in the proposal, because OSSI was able to, OSSI's representative on the task force, Dr. Jones, was able to attend that meeting. We heard interest from members around guardrails with regards to the practical studies diploma and in helping with students with disabilities achieve the standard diploma through flexible pathways. We also had a bit of discussion around other jurisdictions and standards for diplomas. It is worth noting that DC has a higher standard for graduation in many states. And so in our conversations around closing gaps, we have to be mindful of like which decisions we're making, because you can close a gap two ways. You can raise the floor, or you can lower the ceiling. And in many regards, DC actually does have a higher bar than other places. And so trying to balance, making sure all our students can achieve their full potential without lowering standards. We are also, I also said I will follow up with Principal Cepeda of River Terrace, who did come to our task force meeting because she has Project Search at River Terrace, and that was one of the things mentioned in the special education panel that we had, making sure folks, not just on the task force, but on the board, have a opportunity to see exactly what that program looks like. Representative Henderson shared the draft of the high school graduation requirements feedback survey. We have also shared the draft with a few folks on the task force. Which other members? I don't know if members have taken a look at the survey. This is one of the reasons I mentioned that there are several vehicles. We hope that the survey will do a couple things. One, we know everybody can't come to every meeting. And so the questions, the things we will address in the task force and at the meetings do mirror what is in the survey. Two, we will also be using many of those questions at the survey at EdFest to get feedback, both days of EdFest, both at the high school day and the middle and elementary school days, because, you know, families look all different kind of ways. We want to make sure that we have as much engagement for families as possible. If you have not taken a look at that survey, please do, because it is what we will be asking you to share with your constituents, all of your constituents. That is a to-do item. We lastly started to discuss format for the upcoming high school requirements engagement sessions. Friendly reminder, we have 3 of them. Our goal is to gather feedback. It is not to sell or persuade members about OSSI's proposal. It is to make sure that the public knows what's in the proposal so that they can share their ideas with us, give us feedback. It is also and tell us if there are things that are not addressed in OSSI's proposal. That is why we are having 2 rounds of feedback. Because we have not yet weighed in on the proposal. So please share the information about the upcoming meeting with your constituents. Representative Mazumdar noted she would like to see students attend, and share feedback. And that task force member, Alexander Ting, who is a student at Basis currently, did write a school newspaper article about this. And did receive some informal feedback. And so we're looking forward to getting what we know will be high quality team feedback, because we already have one team and seen the level of that. So looking forward to that. Finally, we discussed the committee just gathering information at EdFest, and we will be following up with the staff about specific plans. We do have a meeting later this week as a committee to prepare for the engagement sessions. We chose not to discuss the AI Leadership Collaborative Resolution yet, knowing we have a panel coming up and looking forward to having more information about that. And we, of course, will be following up with Representative Best and his wisdom around this. The committee also discussed dates for 2026. And finally, we shared about the middle school fair field trip opportunity. So I don't know if I missed anything, committee members.
I just want to add, we are going to try to finalize the survey tomorrow. We're working on it tomorrow, so We did have a deadline for feedback on the surveys today, but if you could get that no later than, say, noon tomorrow. We want to have it ready to be shared at EdFest, so please let us know if anything sticks out. Like Representative Thompson said, we did get some feedback from task force members and others to round out. And Dr. Fleischer and Jen also have their fingers on it, so it's in good shape, but welcome any feedback.
Okay. I appreciate you guys, this, report. Are there any questions whatsoever?
I don't have any questions. I'd like to, you all have a lot going on in your community right now, so thank you all for doing that. All of them are kind of big projects, so, I know that takes a lot of time and thinking things through. Yeah, I would just say the survey looks generally good to me. The question 13 around the practical studies diploma is very long. And so that would be my only piece of feedback, if you could kind of help people understand what it's asking, but make it a little shorter.
Yeah, well, that was challenging. But
No, it is, because like we're qualifying it based off of like all the context, you know, and I understand why the context is helpful and necessary, but it just, you know, the question itself is, you know, as to whether people agree or disagree is pretty straightforward. Yeah.
It's fine, Robert.
I've been working a lot with, and with Darashah, but I believe, you also were part of the DC Education Research Collaborative. Have you reached out to her just to get?
Did not ask her,
She's, if you knew to narrow it down, or like,
Well,
okay.
I mean, we
Let's see
can
if
shoot
we can
it,
fit that
if
in
you, well, I'm not gonna do it, cause I'm tired, and you don't wanna trust me to do it, but Darren, if you wanna shoot it to her now and give her feedback of deadline of noon, and note.
She's able.
And
Now she's done.
I know what we're dealing with, and I know who I am, this is self-aware, needs that work. So, that would be welcome. The reason we had a deadline of this evening, is because we figured we might need to remind members, because there's always so much going on, we did just come off of a holiday. But also because we want to be kind to our staff, to be able to incorporate feedback, knowing that FS is this weekend. And we needed to be there, and ready for prime time. And so these are not arbitrary deadlines. They are important and urgent. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Representative Thompson and Henderson, for you guys is, very good. So what I will say, I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. And it is mainly because there was a lot of pushback, from other individuals and the partners about having a task force. And what we've seen from this task force is that it was needed in spite of the pushback and the attention and the engagement that has happened. So I compliment on pushing forward and in spite of people saying, this is that. What we're seeing from the responses and everything like that, is that it was needed. It is very much needed. So I just wanted to compliment both of you guys and everyone who pushed for it to happen. So thank you. I'm going to move to now, student advisory. I do not see,
I agreed to take that
oh,
one. Yeah, I
thank
can do
you,
it.
sir. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, sorry.
I will go back to educator excellence, and Representative Henderson.
Yes, thank you. So we had two main agenda items at our last meeting. One is our ongoing work for supporting early career teachers. And what we are building towards is to work with the historical work that the board has done on teacher retention, and use that to in tandem with some focus groups with teachers and other stakeholders to inform recommendations for supports for early career teaching. So we're trying through both sources, the work that what Mary Levy did for the board years ago, work that we've done in the interim, and informing that with the focus groups to recommend best practices and anticipate gaps and potential challenges. So that's our ongoing work. And then the other item at the last working session, the board referred Representative Johnson Law's resolution on improved professional development and special education to the committee. So she came to present on that, answered many questions. We're still having an exchange over email about the resolution, and our next steps relative to that resolution is that we are going to host a roundtable with experts to inform us on that proposal. And we are also going to have discussions with relevant stakeholders at OSSI to inform that resolution work.
Thank you, Representative Henderson, for taking double duty today. Reports. Are there any questions for this committee? Sure, it's not no. So I'm going to take that as I get to move to the next committee report, which is student advisory. We have two who are going to take this one.
For the student advisory report, this was the third SAC meeting of the school year with about 68 members attending the meeting. SAC members discussed impacts they experienced from recent discussions, which included a little over half of students responding that they felt negatively towards curfews, and only about half saying that they were directly impacted by them. And of those impacted, none mentioned positive experiences. And the top three areas where students wanted to learn more about were: 1, level of fairness and enforcement; 2, effectiveness and impact; and 3, the purpose of current policy and potential alternatives.
And we spent the rest of our meeting planning out our final SAC projects, and linked to the meeting in the meeting report in the Dropbox is our summaries of what we have started on so far. Also on November 20th, student representatives met with the Dara Shaw from the Education Research Collaborative to discuss different ways we can take these research proposals and questions and like work further on them. And we'll have updates on this available at our December 8th meeting, which is our next SAC meeting. I'd also like to note here that in light of the recent February panel on having like new recent graduate students, we can tap into the SAC's network of students, particularly their siblings who have recently graduated, and utilize them in whatever ways that might be necessary. Yeah, and after that, we got our SAC links, which was a fun time. You guys got hoodies? Yes, we have SAC
They have special
hoodies.
hoodies.
They're really cool.
They're cool, yeah.
Yeah. You can come to one of our meetings and get one. Okay. Yeah.
Is that true? I think.
That's
I'm going to keep this on record and then we get the questions and everything. And the council lawyers. Ma'am, are you finished?
Yes, that is all. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now I have members who are more interested in hoodies, getting swag, and they have questions.
This one?
Do you have a question, Vice President Williams?
I have a comment and then a question. And the comment or opinion is that the hoodies are cool.
Okay.
We could borrow from them. And then two, given the work of the C committee and also just like a lot of what's going on right now around student safety, I'm curious if there's interest in the student advisory committee doing more around student safety, and or if you've already touched on it already.
That is one of our like commitments within the like groups that we have currently. So like we have like 4 groups doing separate projects, but like the SC final projects. One of them is around student safety. So I think we could do more engagement with that particular group, because that is certainly an area of interest for a lot of students within the SAC.
That's great. Okay.
All right. Any other comments or question or laughter for our student representatives?
No, I would just say that, thank you, Representative Monzendorf, for always being, engaged towards in our committee meetings, in addition to on this first, and we absolutely, will take you up on the offer. So educate students that way. Yeah, in addition to some other tasks we will probably have for the SAC. Thank you all for being on.
I love the collaboration. All right, thank you guys. We'll go to our last committee, which is student experience and engagement from the representative in Ward 3, led.
No, thank you so much. So I'll be brief here. With our committee meeting, we started having an in-depth discussion of our strategic priorities, so to submit those. That was part of our discussion, and that took up a good bit of the time at the meeting. We then had a good discussion. Representative Best had some great proposals on how we could do a series of either ward or citywide meetings with youth to try to empower youth voice. And then he's been able to follow up with Dr. Fleischer on that afterwards. And we're looking to set those up late January to early February here. And then also maybe to have some roundtable discussions, almost like kitchen table discussions, where we talk about the specific issues related to safety. We could pick a topic where we invite experts from the city and then have a discussion about solutions to solve that, which would be in addition to what our Representative Best was discussing, which would be youth focused in that case. So we're excited to try to roll that out. We're going to have a lengthy discussion about that at our next committee meeting that's on the agenda to try to finalize both of those proposals. Representative Chamberlain gave us an update there. We got a preview of the youth curfew discussion at the SAC committee. So she discussed that. And I decided to just do the fact that we were already up close to the hour time level to postpone a discussion of the kindergarten age cutoff. You know, I'm still convinced we shouldn't be forcing 4-year-olds that aren't ready for kindergarten into that and onto IEPs. So we'll be proposing a solution on that, but I wanted to postpone that in committee until the next meeting and schedule for that. And then I don't know if everyone had a chance to review the nurse letter. I was able to review it. It looks great. Dr. Fleischer spent that time updating our nurse letter. You know, I could do one or two things today. I've either added to the business. The one on supporting getting data on school nurses.
We're sending a second letter.
Well, this was, did it already go out?
No.
So this was for this school year, so maybe people just need more time to review it again. So what this was just simply.
It's been sent out. Wait, I've never seen it.
No, it's been circulated to members, I thought.
No,
it was just committee
that's
members. Okay, I thought it was.
That's why you get this confused look from a lot of folks.
Okay, all right, so let's circulate it to the wider audience first. I had thought it had already gone out to committee members, since it hasn't. Let's give everyone an opportunity to look at it before we would vote on it. This is just taking the exact same letter we sent last year, which was the data request, to update it for this fiscal year. So we find out how many RNs, LPNs, and then health technicians we have in each of our schools. So we have that data and we can know what the true situation is. So we will postpone discussion about that until everyone gets a chance to look at the letter. So then just talked about lastly on this, we discussed agenda items for the next committee meeting and then adjourned at that time. So probably going to take any questions on that.
I'm going to start. I'm going to take point privilege and just start before we get into the questions. I want to make sure, because I appreciate the thought process around having town halls and everything, but I want to make sure that we as a body don't ever, as an individual, get in front of the body. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Be very mindful if you are advertising something, even on your personal newsletter or something like that, about something that has not been discussed with the body, especially with board leadership, so that we understand. And I'm going to go to this specific examples, like if I see a tweet or something on X, I still say tweet, and there's advertisement of meetings that will happen or town halls or something that will happen, and we don't have kind of like some knowledge of it, it puts us and the staff behind a power curve, so to speak. And I just want us to be mindful as we put out even our own newsletters and things like that, that you don't advertise something that may be happening that takes actually, support from the staff and other folks. They kind of obligate us to something that we don't have any.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear on this, we're not obligating the board to this, this would be the committee hosting these roundtables, so. And they can be designed in a way where we either do record them or we do not record them. But this in no way obligates the board, so this was the committee coming together to schedule community discussions about items, this is not. I mean, certainly every member is invited to roundtables the committee holds, but last I understood from the bylaws, the committees, may get together and hold discussions, roundtables of that nature, and that doesn't have to go for approval before the full board. So if I'm out of turn about that or not understanding the process, then, please correct me, but my understanding of it is the committees would get together, would host these discussions, and then we would certainly invite board members to them. We're not trying to present it as this, the State Board of Education is our committee holding a roundtable.
Well, I think the difference is, and I think we should just be very clear. Wasn't presented as a roundtable, those were presented as board discussions on student safety. Which is a different thing, but also separately for me, I just feel like Dan already does that. He literally does ward by ward safety discussions every year with a detailed, like does tons of things with young people, with students. He's having one in January, then they'll do another, they do the annual student summit with Nick every year. That happens around spring break, but like, those are.
I'm sorry, before we, I hear opinions, I am lost.
So there was, something that was put out.
I would like a little bit of clarification, around exactly
Well,
what was proposed.
Well, I don't know if it's proposed, it was advertised on Twitter.
it wasn't.
In a newsletter.
Maybe.
Well, let's not beat around the bush.
Now, I use, I want.
Oh, no, I can miss it.
And I wanna keep us, I
You
want.
know, I don't even garden, okay,
Right,
so I'm just asking, what is the, cause I don't understand, like, the committee is proposing what? And maybe, cause I would like the committee members to say what they're proposing, who's involved,
Can I
that
jump in there
kind of
as
thing,
well?
as far, just so I have a baseline understanding.
So it didn't leave the committee yet, but we have, as a committee, we have decided that this is something that we're very interested in jumping out on. We also connected, so last week, in addition, sorry about that. How do I want to say it? So when we had our a few weeks, I mean, was it weeks, I guess, about a month ago, we were talking about different things that we could do. We've been talking about student safety. We've been talking about having, town halls and things of that nature for a little while. One of the things that I had done a while ago, which, was really, really successful, I did it with Jock as well. We had a series of, they weren't just town halls, right? They were workshops as well, where people were identifying challenges, identifying the challenges, providing solutions, and then taking them to people who could actually do something about it. And so when we were talking about this idea, we had connected with others because we were trying to figure out like how to make it work. We even connected with MICFA, and Darren was in on the meeting with me. So we met with MICFA Challenge to discuss the possibility of standing up these student-led town hall workshops across the district to discuss student safety. Now, one of the things that's a little different is our actual goal, and I hate that we're presenting this now before we actually present it, because our goal was to present it to the board after our next committee meeting, but we're here now, we're gonna talk about it, right? And so our goal is to get them to not just talk about stuff, like we have town halls throughout the city all the time, and I love that because our kids are getting engaged and they're doing something about it. But I want to make sure that we're not just having the town hall, but we're bringing people to the table who can actually do something about it. Whether that's DME, whether that's WMATA, whether that's MPD, whether that's us, whether that is the mayor, if we can get her out there, right? Like, our goal is to create something where student voices are elevated and provided to somebody who can actually make a difference. When we talked to Mikva about that, they were absolutely like over the hill about it. They were like, yes, this feels different than what we've been doing. And I want to make sure I echo that because they said that themselves. They said, we have a group of 45 students who are ready to jump in on this whenever you guys are ready to bring this forward. And so I'm thinking, not only do we have them, but hopefully we would be able to work with our students as well and our SAC to really put together a team of rock star students who could lead this thing across the district. And it would be led by the students, where we've already been talking about what it looks like for us to potentially, have students lead in certain areas where we're meeting, we're working with them, we're training. We talk about all the things that we want to do here, and I'm so tired of us just talking and not doing. And so right now, I'm saying, look, this year I just want to do. And so, yeah, so that's me, that's where I'm coming from. I think that, yes, I agree, like, we shouldn't, if we're saying don't put it out before, but at the same time, our committee's gonna do the work, and I think that, as Representative Boulay was saying, that, and I might be wrong, I probably am wrong, who knows? But from our committee, we were definitely saying that we wanted to do this as a committee, and we would be inviting the rest of the board. And I think that it would be really good for the rest of the board to participate. I think that it becomes successful when we are all part of that. And so I'm with you, Eric, Representative Goulet. So,
And let me add one last thing on this. So we had, because our committee does a lot of exciting things, we actually had press at our last meeting, who was listening to this. Like, this is a public discussion. And, and it's not like we're doing this in a retreat or something like this. We talked about this publicly. We said we were gonna do it publicly. Representative Best, gave us a preview of this exciting initiative publicly. And I didn't put out specifics in the newsletter. I said that our committee, I'm reading my own words right now. And I get what the tension is. Like, I get it, Bernice, like, you guys do have limited capacity that you gotta marshal in a way that's responsive. So that's what the tension is here, and I get it. But I said, we're gonna have listening sessions with youth across our city to elevate student voice. I didn't go into detail, because that's what we're discussing now. I just laid out the groundwork of what we talked about at the last meeting. What I would love to actually see is people read this and then show up at our next committee meeting to hear it. And maybe they want to then testify at the committee meeting. Like, we've had people testify at our committee meetings because it's an exciting place that amplifies youth voice. So I do get it, Bernice, and I'm gonna work with you, Executive Director Butler, on trying to be respectful to the, certainly. I don't think we violated process on this at all.
So it's that when we
To
found
the
out,
capacity.
a staff member pulled it up.
Well,
That's how.
that's right. Well, we had a meeting with
Dr. Fleischer, yeah.
He was
meeting with us.
We had a committee meeting where we discussed this, so.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna run my Twitter by people when it's discussing what was done at a public meeting. And not anything further, like if I was tweeting stuff out about a retreat or something, I'd never do that. This is a public meeting that was noticed, that had members of the public at it, and we're reporting on what was discussed at the meeting, and nothing more. So I get it, I get,
I really appreciate the background. I know that we are after 9 o'clock. I also know that, wow, Representative Goulet is not always the model, Twitter X citizen. I do very much hear him, on why this would already be in the public sphere. And so I appreciate the context. I think that's really helpful. And I can understand both the, surprise, shock and awe, if you will, from the staff. And it sounds like the committee is working on this idea, talked about it publicly, and that's why it was.
And I agree with everything Representative Thompson said, except for me not being a model.
Well,
But I'm not, I get it.
Now, Representative
We're not gonna go down that.
that is a
particular
separate
rabbit hole,
conversation
okay?
off camera.
Yeah.
This is-
You know
and
better.
This is he.
Right.
This year's been a good year.
Right. He's right on this one. He's right.
And so I think that the main thing, is please, y'all gotta tie this back to the priorities and everything you also just had. Like, we have to be able to see if this is another priority.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, I think there are multiple things.
Definitely.
It's in the one pager.
I'm gonna bring us back in.
It's in
It's in the first page of the
It's one of the bullets in the one.
It really is.
That is an initiative, that is not this initiative, that's what it's like, that you all are going.
But that's your power of your voice.
But that had, like, there's like.
Where's the whole
There's like
page?
six, all
No,
right.
we don't have, I'm gonna bring us back. Back.
That's what people like.
It's interesting.
We keep passing the buck, right?
Right.
We keep passing the buck, right? We keep saying, oh, someone else is doing this and someone else is doing that. And this is something that we're saying like we wanna do. And then also, with that being said, we're also trying to partner with organizations so that all the work does not come in on the staff.
I can't, the committee can't partner.
Wait, say that again?
Like the committee, like, once you're partnering with external people, it has to be the agency in the board.
Wait, what's external people?
NISBA is staring
Well,
into the.
we have had those conversations about what it could look like and some potential next steps. We also said that we were gonna bring it up to the board first. And so, I'm just sharing that, you know, a lot of times we get into spaces where we're just talking about what we wanna do and then there's no action. And so I think this time is just me saying, I'm trying to bring.
I'm
some
gonna
of that
jump in
action
here for
forward.
my mayor.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
I'm
gonna
trying to
jump
be
in
that.
here.
Far, man, thank you, and you too. Thank you. Keep reading.
Okay. I love the bromance, but we're gonna come back, okay? If I may, I'm gonna bring us back.
But.
I appreciate-
But I'm just saying, like, but when we put stuff like, this is also a public meeting, so when we are telling the public that this is not a part of our priorities, and when we're talking about like student voice, I just think we need to be really clear about what that is and what that means. Since we are talking to the public, just saying.
So again, I appreciate Representative Thompson. Moves along.
I don't know if this is helpful. I hope it's helpful. I definitely appreciate the action and the proactiveness. I do think we should probably have some conversations in general, just always around like capacity. And when we change work plans, because I know we did, like, yes, it is very much aligned to the larger priorities we set forth and the values we set for I don't think the language was like precise. But what I heard, and I don't want to speak for someone else, but what I interpreted Director Butler as saying in imperfect language is that there's already an initiative for this. And this is a new initiative. And at a certain point, like, we should just be clear when we're changing work streams. It is not fair to say that this is not a priority of the board. It's also not fair to say that the committee can't make those decisions. You all should be able to make those decisions. And it sounds like there was some miscommunication and there were some concerns because it doesn't sound like you all got out ahead of yourselves. It sounds like you all were in discussion and it was interpreted as you all were taking certain actions on behalf of the board, which is clear to me now that you all provided a lot of context was not the intention. But
it literally says the committee.
I heard all of that. That's why I asked when I heard the opinions coming in, I asked as a member, I would like to understand from the people who proposed it, what you all were proposing. And so I appreciate, you all's transparency, and all the things.
Yeah,
I think that's a different conversation. I mean,
Last comment, Representative,
no, it's probably best that I don't.
Okay, I appreciate continued deliberation on that. What I will say is, I appreciate passion, I appreciate wanting to be a do group. I truly do. I just want to make sure that we take everything into consideration as we move through these things. I support, and as you have said, Representative Best, I remember doing this with you. I remember what came out of it. For context, safe passage was something that we worked on when we both worked at another LEA. And we had these particular, conversations around the city. And the mayor actually created safe passage in an office for it and a position and everything like that. That's what came out of it. If anybody wants to know the history behind safe passage. But I appreciate the do and that you can get results like that. I just want to make sure that as we do these things, the committees, propose to do these things, that we don't catch anybody off guard and everybody understands how we're going to collaborate and make sure these things happen, okay? That's all I'm asking. That is literally all I'm asking. It's not that I don't support this. I'm just asking that. Okay, thank you.
We'll run 1,000,000 miles an hour and make sure Bernice is informed of our path.
Thank you.
That we can do.
I appreciate that, and tie them to, as I will always say, tie them to our strategic, initiatives that we have set. Make sure, I know they're in our strategic priorities, but the initiatives as well, because the initiatives actually talk about how we're gonna accomplish those things. And I just wanna make sure that we do that. Ma'am, can we move on? I know you're probably gonna quote exactly the initiatives and the priorities. And I'm gonna leave that to the viewing public to read themselves. That was more so a statement to say, just tie them to, okay?
I'm good.
Thank you so much. Since we've now had this very robust conversation, and that was the last one for our committees, I'm now going to, ask, are there any, external committee?
Yes,
Representative Cole?
the, Everyday Counts Committee will meet again on the 14th of this month. They meet quarterly. So that will be, I'm sorry, the 18th of this month. And so the agenda for that will include Aussie's report on attendance. So I'm very much looking forward to reading and sharing that. And the initial findings of the MTSS survey will be included. So I look forward to reporting back to you all after that meeting has happened.
Thank you. Are there questions for Representative Cole? Thank you. Are there any other, external committee reports? Okay, seeing none, we now move on to new business. I would like to ask members if there are anything, to add to the following list. What we have currently is FY 2027 budget priorities letter, DC State Board of Education Expanded Authority Amendment Act of 2025, and 2026 board leadership. Are there any other things that we want to discuss? Add to this list.
I have a brief announcement around the email I just sent, so a letter that I'd like to add, that will be brief.
Yes. Attendance and grading policy. Let me talk about that a little more.
Now we're going to talk a little bit more. Well, go right ahead.
Oh, go ahead, President.
No,
Masha.
go
Am I-
ahead.
am I
Go ahead.
gonna say mine?
Go ahead.
It was gonna be around the task force, but I think I think we're gonna say the same thing, so.
Yeah, I
go
think
ahead.
we're gonna say the same thing, and what I will say is that, in our previous discussion, as I said earlier, that it was a subject I was gonna bring up, I think we have agreed, you and I have to take this offline now. Conversation, Representative Thompson, so I don't think I need to have it here, so I won't bring it up as a discussion.
Yes,
All right, so with that being said,
I
I'm
don't
going
think
to,
it needs discussion, but the board might want to entertain writing a ceremonial resolution for James Wright, who recently passed. Given we have so few people who do local news coverage.
Especially used to the river.
and I will be one of the first to support that, Representative Thompson, personal friend, attorney brother. Over the years, we were, for those who know, and being a reporter at the Washington Informer of this, long recently. It caught everybody off guard. I recently had a conversation with him about some veteran issues that he interviewed me for, and then we had a long discussion after that about a whole bunch of topics. So I support that, Representative Thompson. He was near and dear to a lot of us, not just as a reporter, but just as a person who really truly cared about our communities, especially those east of the river, and he's reported on there. So I support that very much so.
we can talk about it.
If it's okay, in the interest of time, could we not talk about it?
Just
Because
say-
it is already after 9:15, and we do have some other meaty topics, and I'm sure
Yeah.
people would like to say
I'll
nice things about him at the public meeting, but,
I'll take your suggestion and we will move forward. So. FY 2027 budget priorities,
Okay, thank you to Representative Henderson and Representative Goulet for completing their form. We still have way more time later, with just the two of you.
I didn't follow the instructions, I didn't put these things in.
But those are some topics that are just to review them. So Representative Henderson specifically stated that he wanted to address the following topics. Were these written in priority, Representative Henderson, they were?
I didn't recall.
Okay. Increase weight for students at risk. And then another bullet around students with disability, is there a particular topic with students with disability, everything for the budget letter?
Oh, right.
Sounds like that did not come through. My point was the increased weights recommended by the DME funding study, which include at-risk special. ed.
Okay.
So that sounds like maybe it got garbled.
thank you, Representative Henderson, for that comment.
So you want, so that is one thing altogether.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then you have students with disabilities, adult English language learners, categories in the UPSFF, which aligns with the very first topic that Representative Goulet put in. Which is again, fully funded inflation to increase UPSFF.
It sort of does, but
Sure.
I wanna support what Representative Henderson's saying too, because I agree with that, but they're kind of two different things. One is making sure that the general UPSFF maintains pace with inflation,
Right.
so we don't end up, end up cutting things at our schools. That we make sure we maintain that. Well, I think I also fully support what you're talking about, which is then looking at those special areas. We've had issues in those cases where you'll have either special education or English language learners not funded at the level of the cost of services. So if we can increase those, that's one thing I remember I was able to do with budget directors, we were able to increase the special education weight, and we found that actually encouraged charter schools to expand capacity for those services. So I think that's a great idea, and I would support that, and I would also just hope we continue to support our UPSFF to grow with inflation too.
Yeah, so then they're not the same. So that means Representative Henderson has two, the increased weights for the special categories and community schools. Representative Goulet, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8, good, yeah, I didn't. Wait, so.
UPSF, increase with inflation, increase of RNs, out of school time expansion, school-based mental health program, inflationary increase in charter school allotment, charter school athletic association staffing, funding. I don't know what MPS is.
And non-personal services as well. So.
For the charter school?
For the charter schools, so.
Got it, and then you have free school meals.
So can I get 2 minutes to talk about each of these?
No, you're supposed to put those in the survey, so you can have them.
Well, they're in there, aren't they?
No, but the survey asked like, why you want, that's the question.
Well, I think they're all self-explanatory. I mean, these are all priorities of the board that we've done. We've supported trying to get more funding for RNs in our schools. We had 2 groups talk about OST, which is on there, and the school-based mental health program. That was the primary topic of the witnesses at the last meeting, and we talked about them trying to kind of come up with some specific initiatives. So we wouldn't just be putting a general ask for funding. We'd be saying, here's some ways we can enhance these programs that are directed, because I think we'll have a lot more chance of getting that funded if we specify versus we just go general. The Charter School Athletic Association funding and non-personal services for awards and things like that, I think is a big deal, because we want students across our city, as we talk about OST, to be able to have athletic opportunities and field access for both competitions and training is a real issue for youth in our charter schools. So I would support that. I had a few other great ideas on there. What were there?
School-based mental health.
School-based mental health was on there, OST. Oh, the charter facilities allotment, there was testimony on that too. our charter schools can't, borrow funding like the district can, for its, capital borrowing program to modernize schools. So what they have to do is have a facilities allotment, which they then take to go get financing, for capital, repairs. And it's really important that keeps pace with inflation, there's a reliable stream for it, otherwise they can't make the upgrades that DCPS can. So it's really an equity issue between the systems. So I think those are all things that have been testified to, and even though I cheated and put 8 in instead of 2, I think they're all things that we should think about doing and asking for, because it's what the public came to speak to us about.
So the point of this was for you all to just begin to think and narrow down. Because one of the things that we included in the email that we sent out were the last 3 copies of the board's budget request letter. Staff does a lot of work to be very specific, down to dollar amounts, programs. So I don't think we have the capacity to cover 10 areas. And I do think it would be strategic for you all to align, or coalesce around no more than 5 total. Just to be specific, because there isn't even enough money to fund all the things. So I think the whole point of having priorities is saying that these is what's most important to us. There are so many things that are important, but I think at some point the board has to draw a line where they want to ask for specific money. And having 10 things on that list, in this type of budget season that we're going into for FY27 doesn't particularly seem realistic. So are there ones that rise to the top? We heard from Representative Goulet, Representative Henderson. Are there others, other members that you all support? Or can coalesce around?
I would definitely support mental health.
Okay.
Yeah, my support would be around school-based mental health, and then also the nursing work that I think we need to continue on. There's a citywide effort right now to kind of like, from a parent advocacy perspective, to do more around the cluster piece and cluster model, so I think that that's also a critical issue for us to elevate.
Other communities within there is one that I continue to advocate for.
And I think some of these things aren't just, it's us stating our priorities, like saying that we need to fund the uniform student funding formula. It's not really a unique funding ask. We ask that every year because it's something that's important and this board should stand for, which is fully funding our schools. So I don't think, I mean, unless there's things people want us to take off of here, these are all things this board has advocated for before. And I think the only thing we could do, and I'm glad to help with this, is I think we will have more impact if we specify. Like if we just say school-based mental health, if we just say OST or something like that, I think we'll be less likely to be successful than if we have like a very targeted ask with this amount of money, like in this area of that expansion. And I think we should think of doing that. And some of the businesses did that at the last public meeting that we had. We could reach back out to them, and I'm glad to help with this. It would be helpful.
Yeah, comment?
I mean, I would note that, our budget letters do tend to have an exact number for each thing in them. Like, I think just as that should be our standard,
Yes.
and if Representative Goulet, and I fully trust, his, ability, to, pull information, and make, financial and policy related decisions. If he's offering to add capacity, I would take him up on it. I do think that, I would also note, members can also send their own letters. I tend to send my own letter. My letter does every year say, please keep pace with inflation, and always does, note the thing about the UPSFF and the rates. Because I just believe that is an equity thing. I'm gonna be honest, if we're stretching it, I'm not counting those 2 necessarily as priorities, because it is for all schools. I think that could be one. Fully fund our schools by keeping pace with inflation and making sure, the weights in the UPSFF are properly funded, you know, some language around that and specific numbers, what we will recommend. That would be, my 2 cents. Yeah. Outside of that, it's just a general recommendation. I would prioritize, mental health community schools and OST. Because we do tend to consistently hear testimonies around those things. So that would be my 2 cents.
So the decision is to never.
Can you read the things off that we have on the list again? I have the inflation adjustment to the UPSFF. I have the special weights increase that was recommended for the UPSFF. I have community schools. I have school-based mental health. I have the charter schools facility allotment inflation increase, if we want to put that out there. I have OST. I have one of the RNs in schools, and then I have charter school staffing for sports. That would probably just be one position with a little bit of extra money that was recommended through the resolution we passed last year. I think that's the smallest ask of any of these, but is there anything that I've left off? I have.
You left off preschool.
Oh, free school meals. Well, that was in the Green New Deal for schools. I think that's probably less likely, but it's something that I think this board has supported, which is trying to get nutritious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We did it in the Green New Deal for schools, and I mean, it's just something I believe in. I think you should be able to go in and get free meal when you go to school, and I think that's something that is just it's been a priority of the board before, so we don't have to put it in, but I think it's something that.
I mean, it's up to you all, you have to decide, it's not up to us. So the board members, please chime in, we need you all to decide.
So, can I ask a clarifying question? Are we voting on like all of the options, or are we asking the board?
It's really asking you all's input, so, because we don't wanna go spend hours crafting a 20-page letter with 12 things. If you all can, I mean, we've heard obviously from Representative Henderson, Representative Boulay, other than that, yeah, so like Representative Thompson said hers, and then Representative Colson shared the things that she was supportive of.
Maybe it's helpful to state this explicitly. I think one of the reasons the executive director is looking back at us, because it's our decision.
Right.
And so I think what she's looking for is because she can make a recommendation to us and say it should be 5, it should be whatever. But I think what she's looking, and it could be through a vote or something, but we have to indicate to each other that we have all arrived in the same place, and then we tell the staff we want it this way. And so, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to finish my question, so would it be helpful to, with all of the things that have been recommended, to just go around and be like, okay, yes, we like this, or no, we like this, just to hear like, okay, yes, let's explore this, no, let's not explore that, so that way it's clear on like what it is that we're asking the staff to do.
And if it would also be helpful to answer him, what you said there, like I can go through which ones I think we could have a dollar amount to versus ones we really have an ask that they would have to calculate, like. We couldn't put a dollar amount on the inflation adjustment or the special education weights, the special weights, because those are things they would have to run through the school formulas. So we'd be saying, please match that to inflation, and they would have to determine what that cost is. I mean,
Oh, not like a 2-section, but like put like specific like dollar amounts in one section and then other asks that aren't dollar amounts in another section.
Yeah, I mean, I think given the tight budget, this year, there's only a couple of these I would put a specific dollar figure to, and I think a lot of these are statements of budget principles that we've had, because there's been so much testimony at the board on these issues. Like I intentionally left any Ward 3 asks off of this that are specific to Ward 3. These are all citywide asks, that came in through testimony at the board, and I keep a little checklist of everything, because I'm very anal and I do that. But I have my list of everything everybody's testified to about budget issues. And there's been other things than this, but these are the ones that were consistently raised again and again by citywide people. So even if we don't think they're priorities of the board, we can take them all off. But I think, as you said, we go around and see if that's something we want to do.
President Patterson proposal, can we just list off the things and can everyone just say like, yes or no?
Yes, we can.
So we can, you know,
Yes.
just train along, it's not there too.
It is.
Director Butler.
Increase weight for at-risk groups and the UPSF.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes, everyone hands up, please.
If you said yes, you know what else in front of anything. Community schools.
Yes.
We're raising yours, we're doing.
Free school meals.
I think that's a no.
Charter School Athletic Association staff.
That?
That's what it said.
Oh, this is
Yeah, this is the thing that,
Yeah.
right, that we voted on.
It's in our resolution.
It's in our resolution.
So that's a yes. Inflation increase in charter school facilities allotment.
I mean, actually, what?
School-based mental health programs. Increase RN.
Like a nurse in every school, is that what we're saying?
Well, at least expand it. We won't get there in a year, but it would be over a period of years.
Or make a cluster model, like not one person per four, but one per two.
And OST expansion. So we're doing things.
Well, the only other one I had was the general inflation, the NPS, did we vote in that?
That's what,
Do they all have the same amount of votes? No.
no, the president said it was approved, so I voted yes, that's what he wanted.
Oh, well,
So like, that's what I was referring to do.
oh, I
It was
understand.
yes or no.
I don't think free school meals made it.
That's
No,
not-
that is.
What's 10 though? Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We have 8 on our list as well.
Okay, then maybe I.
And 7.
I would agree.
You guys doing your own
7
stuff?
for yes, particular.
Just, it's still like a distinction.
Yeah.
And then he's also don't necessarily
Yeah, we got
aligned to the fire.
correct.
Yeah, but 7 were yeses.
Yeah.
Preschool meals, what's that?
Okay.
Well, we just said 7, because I had 8. I think.
If you remove preschool meals.
No, but we did not have the vote on the UPSFF inflation increase that Representative Thompson and I talking about.
I think that is a distinct issue, but I think it's the same bullet point. Like
So
the
that
same
would just be
paragraph.
combined then with this.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would also note that the notes will be circulated and the letter will be circulated, so we can wordsmith and address things, if that's helpful for us to. Now that we have a decision on what the larger bullets will be, we hope
Okay.
we can move forward.
Thank you. Thank you for that. At November 19th public meeting, the DC State Board of Education expanded authority amendment act of 2025. Taken from the table and postponed until public meetings on December 7th. We will engage in further discussion over this meeting and vote at our public meeting. Vice President Williams reshared the draft with everyone via email yesterday. The draft includes proposed amendments from the members. The members have any questions or comments about the legislation, including about the proposed amendment.
You want to?
Sure, I'll bring this in. So, there are a couple, not, line item changes. The, generally speaking, the same, like issue changes that came out of the committee are the same. The only difference here is our ability to initiate a policy or that is already within our statutory purview as opposed to simply approving or not approving something that OSSI gives us. That is one shift in the amendment. And then previously Representative Lay, Representative Henderson, myself, before we kind of circulated this on the dais, talked through a couple different changes that are also in there on the timelines around OSSI being able to need to initiate something if we ask them to do it. Those timelines are still less than the timeline that is in Councilmember Parker's bill. So like, and I'm not wed to any particular timelines. I just thought that like we were being a little too cautious initially with the initial timelines. And after discussion and seeing what was in Representative Parker's bill, we made those changes. So those are the two main categories of amendments that are marked up in the document that I shared.
So, yeah, and I just want to say, I support the timeline changes. I'm gonna look through one more time on there, but we tried to come up with a timeline that was reflective of social studies standards, so picking the longest timeline. But we could always, in good judgment, if we saw something that was gonna take longer than was in there, we wouldn't have to push for it to be at the minimum time, we could give it additional time, so I'm not concerned about that. I think you did mention though that the changes on initiation. I remember from the discussion on the workforce, we had initiation in there, but the change is on amendments, not initiation.
Correct. I mean, I'm gonna charge that to the fact that it's now 9:38.
Yeah, I think you meant amendments, right?
I think you meant.
Or I misremember.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's okay.
so in the original recommendation, it gave the state board power to initiate policy. It did not give the state board, the recommendation did not include amendment of policy. And so this amendment does include initiate and amend. And so that is a change.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Another comment.
Yeah, and so my position, it's not really a clarification. I'm gonna work with Representative Williams on this. I still am of two minds on the amendments, and I see the pro and con to it. I mean, we discussed this in committee. I think it wasn't official vote, but it was 2-3, I think, were concerned about potential unintended consequences of doing amendments, and particularly if a lot of them got out there at once, just due to our capacity. And we've talked a lot about capacity here today. And, at council, you can review, 12 amendments to a bill because you have staff to do that. I am still a little concerned about our ability to review if there's a flurry of amendments to something important, like let's say the high school graduation requirements, our ability to thoughtfully review those. And I haven't really made up my mind on this, because also I do see your point on this is that if we get something that has a mistake in it, and it's something that we feel strongly about, and it was omitted, that we could then add it if it's something the board really felt strongly about. If I'm going to support this, which I'm still weighing one way or the other on it, I would like it to be by supermajority that we amend, just because it does seem like an extraordinary step. But these are discussions we can have later. I just wanted to not blindside the board or blindside anybody. I wanted to put it out there, kind of the dilemma I'm having with this, and I look forward to having discussions with you and members as we think about this, because I think it's something important. But overall, I fully support the bill. I think the committee did a lot of great work, the ad hoc committee, and I think these are really important and very modest, additions to the authority of the state board to be able to do our work and serve our constituents. So I'm very excited about this, and I'm going to support it. And I will put in my newsletter why I support it, but it will be, but it won't be speaking for the board. So I'll send that out to everybody at that.
Okay, there were two comments, I'm going to go to Representative Henderson, and then you come back to Vice President.
Yeah, I just want to say I support the bill itself and the amendments. I hear the concern that you raised, Representative Goulet. I'm also thinking, and maybe I need to think this through more. I'm thinking if we were in a situation where we had a proposal and could vote up or down, but not amend, then our option to do something different would be to not approve and then reinitiate, which, has its own capacity questions. But generally just want to say I support the amendments.
Thank you, Representative Henderson. Representative Williams?
I would just say, right now, what's important to note procedurally is that we've made all these changes on one draft of the bill. So we are planning to introduce it as an amendment, like for substitution, just to kind of not take all the individual changes, but to take the changes as a whole when we vote on it at the public meeting. And so I just think it's incumbent on, in the next 2 weeks, hopefully in the next week, we can arrive at some consensus amongst ourselves. For people, if they have any concerns, to just stay abreast of email and to respond, so that there's no last minute surprises when we go to vote at the public meeting.
Representative Thompson?
So I was the two of the concerns, specifically about the amendments. Very similar to Representative Boulay and just because I personally am always, I am very much a how person. I like things to be thought through. I also really do respect the amount of engagement we put into a lot of things. And I know that in particular, the vote around the accountability structure and the report card, when it was said that we would either, it was like a now or never, left a really bad taste in people's mouth, as it should have. And I also have some really bad taste in my mouth from times where people just tacked on stuff that nobody said. And because unfortunately, 4 or 5 people who are sitting somewhere who are supposed to represent thousands of people, didn't actually engage in thousands of people, but it was important to them and they got a couple other people to vote for it. It became then the will of the board. And so I am similar to Representative Boulay in saying that maybe the threshold should be higher for an amendment as opposed, because of all that goes in to getting a proposal in front of us. In addition to, at that time, we also did not have the capacity to initiate. And I think the assumption is if we can bring something back up, like Aussie can't say it's now or never. And so I both want, I think just as much as I want Aussie and any other government agency or entity to do their due diligence and respect the will of the public, I think making sure we have thresholds that push us to do that are important too. And so I would be open to the idea of amendment, but I do think it should have a higher threshold. And I would imagine if the work is done, then it will meet the higher threshold. But that is, I will say, that is where I am at the moment, and the why. And I know that when this was brought up the first time, it probably was very late in a meeting like this one, and we had stopped doing work and started doing work again. And I was like, I can't remember, but I know we had some really robust discussions. But I had some time to read it, look back and think, and that was the concern that Representative Boulay and I expressed. And that's why it wasn't included before. But I do understand why it could be helpful and important. And am pushing us to think about like what guardrails should be to respect, just the integrity of decision making.
Representative Boulay and then William.
And I'll be brief on this. This is a compliment to everybody here, and then I really do enjoy working with everybody here, and I think everybody is very thoughtful about the work they do and care deeply about it. But not long ago, and I'm not calling out any names in this, there was iterations of this board where I thought things were a bit more haphazard, and there easily could be in the future. And, the concern I have, once the amendment power is there, there's going to be whenever anything comes up, there's going to be a rush of, people who didn't get something in with Aussie coming then to individual members and pressuring them to move amendments to get something. That will be a very real issue because they will come to you and they will say, not you, maybe future us's, and say, can you get this in? This is really important to my group. And I see a very real instance where there would be not just 1 or 2, but possibly 10 or 12 amendments or whatever number there would be, And we're not going to, we need to be realistic. We do not have the capacity to review and thoughtfully analyze and incorporate those, because we don't have individual staff working for each of us as if a council would. So a council can do that because they have, 3 or 4 staffers, particularly legislative staffers and attorneys who are working to incorporate those things. Are we setting ourselves up for a situation that we can't thoughtfully handle in the future? Because the people will pressure future board members for amendments. And they're on an issue like graduation requirements or a big issue, there very well could be a lot of amendments that are floating around. And I just.
It's also not great when the council does it. And there's been a lot
No,
of public
it's not.
discussion, and then folks are surprised if something like gets put on there at the 11th hour that was never discussed in public. And so I do think, and I don't know I don't want us to belabor the why, the right, but if there are new thoughts, then I so totally welcome new thoughts. I do want to be very clear in saying I can understand our need for amendment. And I do think also that the threshold should be a little bit higher and force us as a body to work together to get there. But I don't think it should be taken off the table altogether. So I think if it's fair to say, Representative Goulet and I are similar in that concern, and would love to have some conversation around that, because we also very much see the importance of why this is also a tool we need as a board to actually make sure the will of our constituents is reflected, like it is a coin with 2 sides. And we want to be responsible.
Representative Williams, close out.
Cool, I'll be quick on this. So, I appreciate that conversation, generally in consensus and understanding of your rationale. And then just to kind of concretize it, right, there is not disagreement around whether or not if there should be amendments. The question is around what is the threshold? And then the threshold, really what we're talking about here is either a simple majority or supermajority, which is 1 vote in most situations if all members are present. So we're going from a vote of like 5 members to a vote of 6 members. Right, because a supermajority would be just an extra person. I don't think that's worth kind of belaboring now. I just wanted to like, wherever we land the plane, we're probably talking about like a difference of 1 vote, one way or another.
And just to be clear, I'll state I'm not quite where Representative Thompson is in being sure this is a good idea, because I'm very nervous about us having an issue where it was a thoughtful process all the way to the very end. And as I've seen many times, there's a flurry of people asking for amendments, pressuring members for things, and then a bunch of stuff gets added at the vote. And it's, so I'll just talk with you about it afterwards. I won't belabor it, but my position is not fully on board with this, even though I appreciate the reasons why we would want that power.
Yes. Eric is less comfortable than I.
Yes.
But we do both want to entertain a super majority.
Yes.
Okay, and to that point, I'll close this out to that point. I agree what we have stated tonight as far as the supermajority. My only question is because I don't, and Director, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know where it says how we change, process wise, and say there is a supermajority for a particular vote. I don't know if we ever said, okay, we're going to change this midstream and go, we need a supermajority. You understand what I'm saying? We're deciding that we want a.
We have certain things in our bylaws.
Okay, I want to make sure, and that's why I'm asking questions, because I don't.
No, I'm not, I want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
Because we're asking for.
There are certain things in our bylaws that actually do require a supermajority.
Okay.
And I would imagine if it is approved that we can't amend,
okay,
in order to adopt the amendments, we would need a supermajority, and then we would vote on the full thing, like we normally do, because you can't vote to adopt something unless you voted on the amendments first. And so I don't, is that what you're, I want to make sure I understand the question.
It is what I'm asking, so I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that you guys know, I agree with your question, the supermajority. I just want to make sure we were proper protocol to do so. That's all.
Also, there's a couple things in there. What they are proposing is that language we put into the legislation that requires a supermajority vote. That is different than
that isn't necessarily, I mean, that would then be, if it is adopted into law by the council and they vote on it, then it would be how we operate. But there's nothing happening at this point that requires supermajority. So if the council never takes this up and never votes on their end, it's a moot point. So there's nothing in terms of board process that needs to be discussed. Because if the council takes it up and votes on it, it is law in the district. Which means it will require a majority vote. If that is then, again, it would have, but it's not a decision, once you all want it, the legislation, that will go to the legislation, that then gets transmitted to council. But the council legislation itself requires a supermajority vote, so you have 6 votes to transmit anything to council. But once you all make that vote, if there are 6 votes, the staff will transmit it, and then it is up to the council to take it up, having hearing, those kind of things. But if they don't move on it, then there's nothing, like, it doesn't, it becomes moot. But if they then pass it into law, then it's the law.
I'm sorry, but what we're saying is if we as a board decided that what we wanted to have on this paper that we're gonna vote on or not, to put supermajority as the threshold, we would put it in this.
Yes, because you would want it in the legislation.
And that would supersede. If it were passed, that would supersede our bylaws.
Yes, because it would be the law of the district.
And I was just noting that we do have things in our bylaws that require a supermajority, so it's possible. But that's why I was like, I don't know if it's the question, it's late. But we're doing.
And we're all a little tired, but I appreciate clarification, because I just want to make sure we're all clear. And anybody who's still late at night with us viewing this is awesome. Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. The next thing is 2026 board leadership.
So, as you all know, every year in the state board bylaws, board leadership, both president and vice president, terms are only 1 year. So at the very first public meeting in January, you all will elect board leadership. If you are interested, just wanted to let you all know that that is the time frame, that is the designated meeting. At the January working session. At the end, if there are people who would like to share that they're interested with their peers, then they can. But every year in December, I make board members aware that that is what happens at our public meeting in January. So if you are interested, prepare your speeches. You have to be nominated on the dais. So you don't necessarily have to give a speech at the working session in January, but you do have to be nominated, and then there will be a vote.
But the most important thing is no speeches tonight.
Yes. This is just an awareness, let you know, it's forthcoming, so everyone
I appreciate you. Okay.
will know what the process is. And then just know that also that very first meeting, depending on who's president and vice president, there will be some seat changes. So, things you have in January, may not be the seats you have in April.
I think everyone has went through this, so we understand how this is probably gonna happen. Appreciate you for explaining to us again. And I want to keep us moving. Letter from the.
Yeah, I sent an email earlier tonight, about a coalition that is formed that is concerned about some of the cuts to the temporary, and needy families fund. I just wanted, I'm signing on as an individual, I think it's important, based on their cash assistance. That's at stake, and wanted to, make everyone aware for you to have the opportunity to sign on too. If you do choose to sign on, please email back, any of yours on that, the email, so just make sure that you CC or respond to him as well. If you determine that you would like to sign on, and if you have any questions, you can respond to the email chain.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Next item was attendance. Someone brought up?
Yes, I brought that up. I spoke to it earlier. I think it's something that we should discuss further. I'm not sure if it will be best for committee or what have you. But like I said, as we work on the graduation requirements, I think it's important that the attendance policies and the grade policies help support the goals that we're laying out for our students in terms of graduation, professionalism, all of those things, because I think it's some policies are made with good intentions, students can find the loopholes, and in some areas, I think that we're coddling our students and not preparing them for real life, which is what happens unfortunately when they go off to college. And then professors do not treat them the way that some of their teachers did. So I think we should look at it again, and that's all I'll say for that.
And I was sitting here, discussing with, our director. I know we don't have a lot of authority over it, so, you know, I'm gonna ask you in this, what action are you actually looking for us to, actually address it?
I think that it can be discussed perhaps in a committee, and perhaps there could be some other people that we partner with, or even the recommendation. I know that we have no authority over the policy, but at the very least, we can elevate it and bring attention and awareness to it.
And appreciate that, so as far as the discussion.
Well, Michelle, the board does have attendance.
We do.
We do have oversight of that, the 80-20, 60-40, that's a board decision.
Okay.
That is a decision the board can change anytime they want to vote to change it. The grading policy, you do not have any necessarily over. Grading, because LEAs are different and so forth and so on, but the attendance thing we do, well, you all do. And the vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Could we then refer that to committee for that? Well, I would think it would go to. Yeah, and you'll decide.
I appreciate you were going down the line, I appreciate the light one. So I'm going to, as part of the discussion, plan to college career and ready and life readiness. One discussion, okay?
Y'all don't have enough on your plate.
Like. Awesome. Last item that we do have is, James, I don't think there needs to be a discussion around the ceremonial, resolution, or anything else, because I think we're all in agreement, we want to roll in this, the ceremonial. So that being the case, I am agreeing with, Representative Thompson, that we put together a ceremonial resolution, for James Wright.
Can I circle back, considering that this committee does have a lot on the plate? Is there a secondary committee that it may fit?
I mean, it could be in the C committee.
It could be in a C. Do you guys feel overwhelmed? Let me ask that question, Mark. That you could have this discussion, that you have too much on your plate, you got a task force, you got all these things.
I again will refer us to the differences between important and urgent. I mean, and maybe there are other ways that this can be addressed. Maybe it's a working group of folks who just want to work specifically on this. I don't have an answer to that now, but I do think we should consider. But I also know C has a lot on there, to be fair. And so I don't want to assume that we have more than the C committee has. But I do think we should consider, and work with Representative Colson around what this could look like. And if we have a discussion with Representative Colson and come back and say it needs to go somewhere else, we'll work with you to make a recommendation that works for.
I appreciate that, and I will keep it with, college career and rate and life readiness at this particular time. If we need to move it to C, then we will. So. Yeah. All right, now we get to the part that we've got almost, I get to move to the part that we like. Thank you, members, for your time and engagement tonight. We will next convene at our public meeting on December 17th. Members of the public can visit SBOE.dc.gov to learn how to submit and present testimony at an upcoming public meeting. All public witnesses must submit a written copy of their testimony to our staff for the public record. The topic of our next panel this month is integrating policies on AI in schools. Members voted on the topic on the November working session. Seeing no further business before the state board, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn. It has been moved by everybody. Seconded by Colson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions?